setiap pribadi tak terkecuali.
Kecerdasan adalah kemampuan teradaptasi dalam perubahan. Universitas Negeri Malang,
Berkarya dan terus berkarya.
Universitas Negeri Malang,
Lambungkan asa menuju cita.
Universitas Negeri Malang,
Inovasi tiada henti.
Universitas Negeri Malang,
Lambungkan prestasi untuk negeri. Belajar itu penting, jangan dibawa pusing. Baca buku yang sering, walaupun ongoing. Semangat mencapai impianmu dengan belajar dan terus belajar. Walau rintangan dan silih berganti, tetap hadapi dengan hati yang sabar. Makan nasi rasanya hambar, hati boleh ambil, tetapi prestasi harus tetap ku
gunakan
kejar.
pembuktian dan pengalaman, mampu dan adil untuk jalankan kewajiban. Tak kenal lelah, untuk pengalaman yang banyak, jujur dan bijak dalam bertindak.
Beradaptasi dengan sekitar, bagai mentari yang sedang berpijar. Jadi diri sendiri, gak perlu basa-basi. Kenali diri tuh, kembangkan imajinasi.
Universitas Negeri Malang,
Berkarya dan terus berkarya.
Universitas Negeri Malang,
Lambungkan asa menuju cita.
Universitas Negeri Malang,
Inovasi tiada henti.
Universitas Negeri Malang,
Lambungkan prestasi untuk negeri.
Universitas Negeri Malang,
Berkarya dan terus berkarya.
Universitas Negeri Malang,
Lambungkan asa menuju cita.
Universitas Negeri Malang,
Inovasi tiada henti.
Universitas Negeri Malang,
Lambungkan prestasi untuk negeri. Hey yo, let's rap let's rap more. Hey,
PKKMB Olenceng,
Ciro lupa. Selamat datang kawan di kota pendidikan, yeah. Universitas Negeri Malang. Belajar di sini untuk cita impian. Salam cakrawala, itu milik kita.
Percaya diri untuk raih prestasi, tunjukkan jati diri, wujudkan imajinasi. Bergerak selalu, tak pernah diam, giat berkarya untuk capai cita.
Wawasan luas adalah jawaban. That's right. Untuk menggapai masa depan. Pribadi yang bekerti dan saling menghormati, pada setiap pribadi tak terkecuali.
Kecerdasan adalah kemampuan teradaptasi dalam perubahan. Universitas Negeri Malang,
Berkarya dan terus berkarya.
Universitas Negeri Malang,
Lambungkan asa menuju cita.
Universitas Negeri Malang,
Inovasi tiada henti.
Universitas Negeri Malang,
Lambungkan prestasi untuk negeri. Belajar itu penting, jangan dibawa pusing. Baca buku yang sering, walaupun ongoing. Semangat mencapai impianmu dengan belajar dan terus belajar. Walau rintangan dan silih berganti, tetap hadapi dengan hati yang sabar. Makan nasi rasanya hambar, hati boleh ambil, tetapi prestasi harus tetap ku
gunakan
kejar.
pembuktian dan pengalaman, mampu dan adil untuk jalankan kewajiban. Tak kenal lelah, untuk pengalaman yang banyak, jujur dan bijak dalam bertindak.
Beradaptasi dengan sekitar, bagai mentari yang sedang berpijar. Jadi diri sendiri, gak perlu basa-basi. Kenali diri tuh, kembangkan imajinasi.
Universitas Negeri Malang,
Berkarya dan terus berkarya.
Universitas Negeri Malang,
Lambungkan asa menuju cita.
Universitas Negeri Malang,
Inovasi tiada henti.
Universitas Negeri Malang,
Lambungkan prestasi untuk negeri.
Universitas Negeri Malang,
Berkarya dan terus berkarya.
Universitas Negeri Malang,
Lambungkan asa menuju cita.
Universitas Negeri Malang,
Inovasi tiada henti.
Universitas Negeri Malang,
Lambungkan prestasi untuk negeri. Hey yo, let's rap let's rap more. Hey,
PKKMB Olenceng,
Ciro lupa. Selamat datang kawan di kota pendidikan, yeah. Universitas Negeri Malang, belajar di sini untuk cita impian. Salam cakrawala, itu milik kita.
Percaya diri untuk raih prestasi, tunjukkan jati diri, wujudkan imajinasi. Bergerak selalu, tak pernah diam, giat berkarya untuk capai cita.
Wawasan luas adalah jawaban. That's right. Untuk menggapai masa depan. Pribadi yang mengerti dan saling menghormati pada setiap pribadi tak terkecuali.
Kecerdasan adalah kemampuan untuk adaptasi dalam perubahan.
Universitas Negeri Malang, berkarya dan terus berkarya. Universitas Negeri Malang, lambungkan asa menuju cita. Universitas Negeri Malang, inovasi tiada henti. Universitas Negeri Malang, lambungkan prestasi untuk negeri. Belajar itu penting, jangan dibawa pusing. Baca buku yang sering, walaupun ongoing. Semangat mencapai impianmu dengan belajar dan terus belajar. Walau rintang dan silih berganti, tetap hadapi dengan hati yang sabar. Makan nasi rasanya hambar, hati boleh ambil, tetapi prestasi harus tetap ku
Gunakan
kejar.
pengertian dan pengalaman, mampu dan adil untuk jalankan kewajiban. Tak kenal lelah, untuk pengalaman yang banyak, jujur dan bijak dalam bertindak.
Beradaptasi dengan sekitar, bagai mentari yang sedang berpijar. Jadi diri sendiri, gak perlu basa-basi. Kenali diri tuh, kembangkan imajinasi. Universitas Negeri Malang, berkarya dan terus berkarya. Universitas Negeri Malang, lambungkan asa menuju cita. Universitas Negeri Malang, inovasi tiada henti. Universitas Negeri Malang, lambungkan prestasi untuk negeri. Universitas Negeri Malang, berkarya dan terus berkarya. Universitas Negeri Malang, lambungkan asa menuju cita. Universitas Negeri Malang, inovasi tiada henti. Universitas Negeri Malang, lambungkan prestasi untuk negeri. Hey yo, let's rap let's rap more.
Hey, PKKMBO lenceng.
Ciro lupa. Selamat datang kawan di kota pendidikan, yeah. Universitas Negeri Malang, belajar di sini untuk cita impian. Salam cakrawala, itu milik kita.
Percaya diri untuk raih prestasi, tunjukkan jati diri, wujudkan imajinasi. Bergerak selalu, tak pernah diam, giat berkarya untuk capai cita.
Wawasan luas adalah jawaban. That's right. Untuk menggapai masa depan. Pribadi yang mengerti dan saling menghormati pada setiap pribadi tak terkecuali.
Kecerdasan adalah kemampuan untuk adaptasi dalam perubahan.
Universitas Negeri Malang, berkarya dan terus berkarya. Universitas Negeri Malang, lambungkan asa menuju cita. Universitas Negeri Malang, inovasi tiada henti. Universitas Negeri Malang, lambungkan prestasi untuk negeri. Belajar itu penting, jangan dibawa pusing. Baca buku yang sering, walaupun ongoing. Semangat mencapai impianmu dengan belajar dan terus belajar. Walau rintang dan silih berganti, tetap hadapi dengan hati yang sabar. Makan nasi rasanya hambar, hati boleh ambil, tetapi prestasi harus tetap ku
Gunakan
kejar.
pengertian dan pengalaman, mampu dan adil untuk jalankan kewajiban. Tak kenal lelah, untuk pengalaman yang banyak, jujur dan bijak dalam bertindak.
Beradaptasi dengan sekitar, bagai mentari yang sedang berpijar. Jadi diri sendiri, gak perlu basa-basi. Kenali diri tuh, kembangkan imajinasi. Universitas Negeri Malang, berkarya dan terus berkarya. Universitas Negeri Malang, lambungkan asa menuju cita. Universitas Negeri Malang, inovasi tiada henti. Universitas Negeri Malang, lambungkan prestasi untuk negeri. Universitas Universitas Negeri Malang, berkarya dan terus berkarya. Universitas Negeri Malang, lambungkan asa menuju cita. Universitas Negeri Malang, inovasi tiada henti. Universitas Negeri Malang, lambungkan prestasi untuk negeri. Hey yo, let's rap let's rap more.
Hey, PKKMB Lenceng.
Ciro lupa. Selamat datang kawan di kota pendidikan, yeah. Universitas Negeri Malang, belajar di sini untuk cita impian. Salam cakrawala, itu milik kita.
Percaya diri untuk raih prestasi, tunjukkan jati diri, wujudkan imajinasi. Bergerak selalu, tak pernah diam, giat berkarya untuk capai cita.
Wawasan luas adalah jawaban. That's right. Untuk menggapai masa depan. Pribadi yang bekerti dan saling menghormati pada setiap pribadi tak terkecuali.
Kecerdasan adalah kemampuan untuk adaptasi dalam perubahan.
Universitas Negeri Malang, berkarya dan terus berkarya. Universitas Negeri Malang, lambungkan asa menuju cita. Universitas Negeri Malang, inovasi tiada henti. Universitas Negeri Malang, lambungkan prestasi untuk negeri. Belajar itu penting, jangan dibawa pusing. Baca buku yang sering, walaupun ongoing. Semangat mencapai impianmu dengan belajar dan terus belajar. Walau rintang dan silih berganti, tetap hadapi dengan hati yang sabar. Makan nasi rasanya hambar, hati boleh ambil, tetapi prestasi harus tetap ku kejar.
Gunakan dan pengalaman, mampu dan adil untuk jalankan kewajiban. Tak kenal lelah, untuk pengalaman yang banyak, jujur dan bijak dalam bertindak.
Beradaptasi dengan sekitar, bagai mentari yang sedang berkijar. Jadi diri sendiri, gak perlu basa-basi. Kenali diri tuh, kembangkan imajinasi. Universitas Negeri Malang, berkarya dan terus berkarya. Universitas Negeri Malang, lambungkan asa menuju cita. Hey yo, let's rap let's rap more.
Hey, PKKMB Lenceng.
Ciro lupa. Selamat datang kawan di kota pendidikan, yeah. Universitas Negeri Malang, belajar di sini untuk cita impian. Salam cakrawala, itu milik kita.
Percaya diri untuk raih prestasi, tunjukkan jati diri, wujudkan imajinasi. Bergerak selalu, tak pernah diam, giat berkarya untuk capai cita.
wawasan luas adalah jawaban. That's right. Untuk menggapai masa depan. Pribadi yang mengerti dan saling menghormati pada setiap pribadi tak terkecuali.
Kecerdasan adalah kemampuan untuk adaptasi dalam perubahan. Universitas Negeri Malang,
berkarya dan terus berkarya.
Universitas Negeri Malang,
lambungkan asa menuju cita.
Universitas Negeri Malang,
inovasi tiada henti.
Universitas Negeri Malang,
lambungkan prestasi untuk negeri. Belajar itu penting, jangan dibawa pusing. Baca buku yang sering, walaupun ongoing. Semangat mencapai impian dengan belajar dan terus belajar. Walau rintang dan silih berganti, tetap hadapi dengan hati yang sabar. Makan nasi rasanya hambar, hati boleh ambil, tetapi prestasi harus tetap ku kejar.
Gunakan dan pengalaman, mampu dan adil untuk jalankan kewajiban. Tak kenal lelah, untuk pengalaman yang banyak, jujur dan bijak dalam bertindak.
Beradaptasi dengan sekitar, bagai mentari yang sedang berkijar. Jadi diri sendiri, gak perlu basa-basi. Kenali diri tuh kembangkan imajinasi.
Universitas Negeri Malang,
berkarya dan terus berkarya.
Universitas Negeri Malang,
lambungkan asa menuju cita.
Universitas Negeri Malang,
inovasi tiada henti.
Universitas Negeri Malang,
lambungkan prestasi untuk negeri.
Universitas Negeri Malang,
berkarya dan terus berkarya.
Universitas Negeri Malang,
lambungkan asa menuju cita.
Universitas Negeri Malang,
inovasi tiada henti.
Universitas Negeri Malang,
lambungkan prestasi untuk negeri. Hey yo, let's rap let's rap more. Hey,
PKKMB lenceng.
Ciro lupa. Selamat datang kawan di kota pendidikan, Universitas Negeri Malang. Belajar di sini untuk cita impian. Salam cakrawala, itu milik kita.
Percaya diri untuk raih prestasi, tunjukkan jati diri, wujudkan imajinasi. Bergerak selalu, tak pernah diam, giat berkarya untuk capai cita.
Wawasan luas adalah jawaban. That's right. Untuk menggapai masa depan. Pribadi yang mengerti dan saling menghormati pada setiap pribadi tak terkecuali.
Kecerdasan adalah kemampuan untuk adaptasi dalam perubahan. Universitas Negeri Malang,
berkarya dan terus berkarya.
Universitas Negeri Malang,
lambungkan asa menuju cita.
Universitas Negeri Malang,
inovasi tiada henti.
Universitas Negeri Malang,
lambungkan prestasi untuk negeri. Belajar itu penting, jangan dibawa pusing. Baca buku yang sering, walaupun ongoing. Semangat mencapai impian dengan belajar dan terus belajar. Walau rintang dan silih berganti, tetap hadapi dengan hati yang sabar. Makan nasi rasanya hambar, hati boleh ambil, tetapi prestasi harus tetap ku
gunakan
kejar.
pembuktian dan pengalaman, mampu dan adil untuk jalankan kewajiban. Tak kenal lelah, untuk pengalaman yang banyak, jujur dan bijak dalam bertindak.
Beradaptasi dengan sekitar, bagai mentari yang sedang berkijar. Jadi diri sendiri, gak perlu basa-basi. Kenali diri tuh kembangkan imajinasi.
Universitas Negeri Malang,
berkarya dan terus berkarya.
Universitas Negeri Malang,
lambungkan asa menuju cita.
Universitas Negeri Malang,
inovasi tiada henti.
Universitas Negeri Malang,
lambungkan prestasi untuk negeri.
Universitas Negeri Malang,
berkarya dan terus berkarya.
Universitas Negeri Malang,
lambungkan asa menuju cita.
Universitas Negeri Malang,
inovasi tiada henti.
Universitas
Universitas Negeri Malang, lambungkan prestasi untuk negeri. Hey yo, let's rap let's rap more. Hey,
PKKMB lenceng.
Ciro lupa. Selamat datang kawan di kota pendidikan, Universitas Negeri Malang. Belajar di sini untuk cita impian. Salam cakrawala, itu milik kita.
Percaya diri untuk raih prestasi, tunjukkan jati diri, wujudkan imajinasi. Bergerak selalu, tak pernah diam, giat berkarya untuk capai cita.
Wawasan luas adalah jawaban. That's right. Untuk menggapai masa depan. Pribadi yang mengerti dan saling menghormati pada setiap pribadi tak terkecuali.
Kecerdasan adalah kemampuan untuk adaptasi dalam perubahan.
Universitas Negeri Malang, berkarya dan terus berkarya. Universitas Negeri Malang, lambungkan asa menuju cita. Universitas Negeri Malang, inovasi tiada henti. Universitas Negeri Malang, lambungkan prestasi untuk negeri. Belajar itu penting, jangan dibawa pusing. Baca buku yang sering, walaupun ongoing. Semangat mencapai impianmu dengan belajar dan terus belajar. Walau rintang dan silih berganti, tetap hadapi dengan hati yang sabar. Makan nasi rasanya hambar, hati boleh ambil, tetapi prestasi harus tetap ku
Gunakan
kejar.
pengertian dan pengalaman, mampu dan adil untuk jalankan kewajiban. Tak kenal lelah, untuk pengalaman yang banyak, jujur dan bijak dalam bertindak.
Beradaptasi dengan sekitar, bagai mentari yang sedang berpijar. Jadi diri sendiri, gak perlu basa-basi. Kenali diri tuh kembangkan imajinasi. Universitas Negeri Malang, berkarya dan terus berkarya. Universitas Negeri Malang, lambungkan asa menuju cita. Universitas Negeri Malang, inovasi tiada henti. Universitas Negeri Malang, lambungkan prestasi untuk negeri. Universitas Negeri Malang, berkarya dan terus berkarya. Universitas Negeri Malang, lambungkan asa menuju cita. Universitas Negeri Malang, inovasi tiada henti. Universitas Negeri Malang, lambungkan prestasi untuk negeri. Hey yo, let's rap let's rap more.
Hey, PKKMB lenceng.
Ciro lupa. Selamat datang kawan di kota pendidikan, Universitas Negeri Malang. Belajar di sini untuk cita impian. Salam cakrawala, itu milik kita.
Percaya diri untuk raih prestasi, tunjukkan jati diri, wujudkan imajinasi. Bergerak selalu, tak pernah diam, giat berkarya untuk capai cita.
Wawasan luas adalah jawaban. That's right. Untuk menggapai masa depan. Pribadi yang mengerti dan saling menghormati pada setiap pribadi tak terkecuali.
Kecerdasan adalah kemampuan untuk adaptasi dalam perubahan.
Universitas Universitas Negeri Malang. Berkarya dan terus berkarya, Universitas Negeri Malang. Lambungkan asa menuju cita, Universitas Negeri Malang. Inovasi tiada henti, Universitas Negeri Malang. Lambungkan prestasi untuk negeri. Belajar itu penting, jangan dibawa pusing. Baca buku yang sering, walaupun ongoing. Semangat mencapai impianmu dengan belajar dan terus belajar. Walau rintangan dan silih berganti, tetap hadapi dengan hati yang sabar. Makan nasi rasanya hambar, hati boleh ambil, tetapi prestasi harus tetap ku kejar.
Gunakan dan pengalaman, mampu dan adil untuk jalankan kewajiban. Tak kenal lelah, untuk pengalaman yang banyak, jujur dan bijak dalam bertindak.
Beradaptasi dengan sekitar, bagai mentari yang sedang berpijar. Jadi diri sendiri, gak perlu basa-basi. Kenali diri tuh kembangkan imajinasi. Universitas Negeri Malang. Berkarya dan terus berkarya, Universitas Negeri Malang. Lambungkan asa menuju cita, Universitas Negeri Malang. Inovasi tiada henti, Universitas Negeri Malang. Lambungkan prestasi untuk negeri, Universitas Negeri Malang. Berkarya dan terus berkarya, Universitas Negeri Malang. Lambungkan asa menuju cita, Universitas Negeri Malang. Inovasi tiada henti, Universitas Negeri Malang. Lambungkan prestasi untuk negeri. Hey yo, let's rap let's rap more.
Hey, PKKMB lenceng.
Ciro lupa. Selamat datang kawan di kota pendidikan, Universitas Negeri Malang. Belajar di sini untuk cita impian. Salam cakrawala, itu milik kita.
Percaya diri untuk raih prestasi, tunjukkan jati diri, wujudkan imajinasi. Bergerak selalu, tak pernah diam, giat berkarya untuk capai cita.
Wow, wow, wawasan luas adalah jawaban. That's right. Untuk menggapai masa depan. Pribadi yang mengerti dan saling menghormati pada setiap pribadi tak terkecuali.
Kecerdasan adalah kemampuan untuk adaptasi dalam perubahan.
Universitas Negeri Malang, berkarya dan terus berkarya. Universitas Negeri Malang, lambungkan asa menuju cita. Universitas Negeri Malang, inovasi tiada henti. Universitas Negeri Malang, lambungkan prestasi untuk negeri. Belajar itu penting, jangan dibawa pusing. Baca buku yang sering, walaupun ongoing. Semangat mencapai impianmu dengan belajar dan terus belajar. Walau rintangan dan silih berganti, tetap hadapi dengan hati yang sabar. Makan nasi rasanya hambar, hati boleh ambil, tetapi prestasi harus tetap ku kejar.
Pengertian dan pengalaman, mampu dan adil untuk jalankan kewajiban. Tak kenal lelah, untuk pengalaman yang banyak, jujur dan bijak dalam bertindak.
Beradaptasi dengan sekitar, bagai mentari yang sedang berpijar. Jadi diri sendiri, gak perlu basa-basi. Kenali diri tuh kembangkan imajinasi. Universitas Negeri Malang, berkarya dan terus berkarya. Universitas Negeri Malang, lambungkan asa menuju cita. Universitas Negeri Malang, inovasi tiada henti. Universitas Negeri Malang, lambungkan prestasi untuk negeri. Universitas Negeri Malang, berkarya dan terus berkarya. Universitas Negeri Malang, lambungkan asa menuju cita. Universitas Negeri Malang, inovasi tiada henti. Universitas Negeri Malang, lambungkan prestasi untuk negeri. Hey yo, let's rap let's rap more. Hey,
PKKMB lenceng.
Ciro lupa. Selamat datang kawan di kota pendidikan, Universitas Negeri Malang. Belajar di sini untuk cita impian. Salam cakrawala, itu milik kita.
Jaya diri untuk raih prestasi, tunjukkan jati diri, wujudkan imajinasi. Bergerak selalu, tak pernah diam, giat berkarya untuk capai cita.
Wawasan luas adalah jawaban. That's right. Untuk menggapai masa depan. Pribadi yang mengerti dan saling menghormati pada setiap pribadi tak terkecuali.
Kecerdasan adalah kemampuan untuk adaptasi dalam perubahan.
Universitas Negeri Malang, berkarya dan terus berkarya. Universitas Negeri Malang, lambungkan asa menuju cita. Universitas Negeri Malang, inovasi tiada henti. Universitas Negeri Malang, lambungkan prestasi untuk negeri. Belajar itu penting, jangan dibawa pusing. Baca buku yang sering, walaupun ongoing. Semangat mencapai impianmu dengan belajar dan terus belajar. Walau rintangan dan silih berganti, tetap hadapi dengan hati yang sabar. Makan nasi rasanya hambar, hati boleh ambil, tetapi prestasi harus.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The opening ceremony will begin in a few minutes. All guests, invited participants to join and stay tuned in a Zoom meeting. Thank you.
Revolusi Industri 4.0 menjadi tantangan sekaligus peluang dalam perguruan tinggi untuk mengasah inovasi. Didaulat sebagai kota pendidikan, Kota Malang menjadi rumah bagi gigihnya cita anak bangsa. Ragam asa keilmuan berpadu harmonis dalam semangat pembaruan. Salah satu garda terdepan dalam pengembangan potensi insani termasuk pendidikan. UM memiliki jati diri yang diwujudkan dengan simbol verbal The Learning University. Jati diri ini mengandung dua pemaknaan besar. Pertama, UM sebagai institusi secara terus-menerus belajar dan menjadi sumber belajar untuk meningkatkan diri. Kedua, semua sivitas UM harus berjiwa belajar dengan berbagai inovasi yang diciptakan dan dilaksanakan. Pengembangan dan penciptaan lingkungan belajar menjadi karakteristik utama pengembangan kampus UM. Pengembangan berbagai komponen sistem di UM dijiwai oleh belajar di berbagai sektor dan tataran. Berada di Kota Malang, kota pendidikan yang nyaman, UM menjadi pilihan tempat belajar yang menyenangkan. Visi UM menjadi perguruan tinggi unggul dan rujukan bidang kependidikan, ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, dan humaniora. Visi UM tersebut dapat dicapai dengan melaksanakan 4 misi UM berikut, yakni 1. Menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan pembelajaran di perguruan tinggi yang berpusat pada peserta didik, menggunakan pendekatan pembelajaran yang efektif dan mengoptimalkan pemanfaatan teknologi. 2. Menyelenggarakan penelitian dalam ilmu kependidikan, ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, ilmu sosial budaya, seni, dan atau olahraga yang temuannya bermanfaat bagi pengembangan ilmu dan kesejahteraan masyarakat. 3. Menyelenggarakan pengabdian kepada masyarakat yang berorientasi pada pemberdayaan masyarakat melalui penerapan ilmu kependidikan, ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, ilmu sosial budaya, seni, dan atau olahraga. Dan 4. Menyelenggarakan tata pamong perguruan tinggi yang otonom, akuntabel, dan transparan yang menjamin peningkatan kualitas berkelanjutan. Universitas Negeri Malang adalah perguruan tinggi yang mengembangkan sayap keilmuan dalam bidang pendidikan, pengajaran, dan pembelajaran. Kampus yang lebih dikenal dengan nama UM ini konsisten berada dalam jajaran perguruan tinggi terbaik di Indonesia. Kualitas UM sebagai institusi pendidikan yang unggul senantiasa menyediakan gerbong generasi pencetak kemajuan bangsa. Berdiri sejak 18 Oktober 1954, UM lahir dengan nama Perguruan Tinggi Pendidikan Guru atau PTPG. Kemudian PTPG mengalami perubahan nama pada tahun 1957 menjadi Fakultas Keguruan Ilmu Pendidikan atau FKIP dan menjadi Institut Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan atau IKIP pada tahun 1963. Menjelang genap 5 dekade atau pada tahun 1999, transformasi dilakukan kembali dengan menjadi Universitas Negeri Malang yang dikenal hingga saat ini. 66 tahun berjalan, UM telah mengokohkan diri menjadi salah satu bagian dari 12 lembaga perguruan tinggi kependidikan yang termasuk dalam 15 kampus terbaik di Indonesia. Berlokasi di pusat kota metropolitan, kampus utama UM dikelilingi oleh sarana pendidikan, rekreasi, olahraga, dan bisnis. Kampus 2 UM terletak jauh dari pintu masuk Kota Malang bagian timur. Sedangkan Kampus 3 terletak tepat di gerbang masuk kampus kawasan Heritage Makam Bung Karno, Kota Blitar. Melalui jenjang diploma hingga doktoral, UM berkomitmen menciptakan insan yang berdedikasi pada dunia pendidikan. Sejak tahun 2018, UM menerapkan kurikulum transdisipliner dan kurikulum berbasis kehidupan, life-based learning. UM juga mewadahi pengembangan diri dan prestasi sesuai bakat dan minat mahasiswa melalui 34 UKM yang terbagi menjadi kelompok penalaran, kesenian, olahraga, kesejahteraan, kerohanian, dan minat khusus. UM senantiasa mengupayakan sarana penunjang akademik yang terbaik. Beberapa di antaranya ialah perpustakaan. UM menyediakan koleksi buku referensi belajar dan berbagai akses jurnal internasional melalui sistem informasi perpustakaan terpadu, laboratorium, masjid, fasilitas olahraga, dan gedung pertemuan yang representatif untuk kegiatan akademik maupun non-akademik, poliklinik, biro konseling corner, fasilitas TIK yang sangat memadai, sebagai bentuk fasilitas untuk pengalaman terhadap Tridharma perguruan tinggi. UM senantiasa mendorong para peneliti untuk menghasilkan karya-karya akademik dengan memfasilitasi 10 pusat riset hingga penerbitan jurnal ke skala internasional. Melalui visi dan misi yang telah ditetapkan, UM mengabdikan diri sebagai The Learning University. Dalam hal ini, UM menjadi unggulan dalam inovasi pembelajaran, Excellence in Learning Innovation. UM memiliki 120 program studi, sebanyak 62 program studi telah terakreditasi A, dan 58 program studi telah terakreditasi B. Program studi tersebut diwadahi dalam 8 fakultas yang antara lain Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Sastra, Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam, Fakultas Ekonomi, Fakultas Teknik, Fakultas Ilmu Keolahragaan, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial, Fakultas Pendidikan Psikologi, dan Pasca Sarjana. Mahasiswa Universitas Negeri Malang dididik dan diampu oleh dosen yang berkualifikasi dan berkompetensi unggul di bidangnya. Mahasiswa mendapatkan pengalaman belajar yang revolusioner dalam mengembangkan pemikiran yang kritis. Mahasiswa juga terus didukung dalam berinovasi dan berkarya sesuai dengan disiplin ilmu yang ditekuni. Sejalan dengan spirit UM yang cinta kreasi, inovasi, dan prestasi. Sebagai institusi pendidikan yang telah eksis selama 66 tahun, UM telah mendidik dan mengabdi, menciptakan generasi milenial untuk menjadi pemimpin masa depan, sekaligus mencetak generasi yang kontributif, kreatif, inovatif, dan peka terhadap perubahan. Dengan melibatkan kerjasama internasional, UM mampu mengangkat derajat Tridharma perguruan tinggi menjadi berimbas masif dan berskala global. UM mampu memerankan diri sebagai sumber belajar, tempat belajar, dan inspirator pembelajaran bagi generasi muda. Universitas Negeri Malang melalui semangat menjadi universitas pembelajaran berkomitmen untuk menjadi pusat unggulan dalam bidang inovasi belajar. Bersama UM, kami belajar, meniti, dan mengabdi untuk bumi pertiwi, memberikan kontribusi, gagasan, dan karya nyata. Universitas Negeri Malang, Excellent in Learning Innovation.
Menjadi pendidik bukan profesi semata, melainkan cita-cita. Kebahagiaan itu ada saat diri ini mampu memberi makna. Di sini, kami menyatukan hati menata pikiran untuk menjadi agen perubahan. Terus menerpa diri, kutajamkan pikiran dan aku yakini masa depan pendidikan bangsa akan cemerlang. Kota Malang merupakan salah satu kota terbesar di Jawa Timur yang berada di antara Gunung Semeru dan Gunung Bromo. Terdapat lebih dari 80 perguruan tinggi baik negeri ataupun swasta yang saat ini ada di kota yang memiliki suasana yang nyaman dan udara yang sejuk ini. Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan merupakan salah satu fakultas unggulan yang menjadi bagian dari Universitas Negeri Malang, The Learning University. Didirikan pada tahun 1954 sebagai bagian dari Perguruan Tinggi Pendidikan Guru atau PTBG Malang. Dan sejak 4 Agustus 1999, Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan IKIP Malang telah menjadi Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan. Memiliki 3 kampus utama di 2 kota yang berbeda. Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan dipimpin oleh dekan dan dibantu oleh 3 wakil dekan. Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan memiliki visi dan misi yaitu dalam rangka melaksanakan Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi, Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan bersama program studi telah menjalin kerjasama dengan berbagai pihak baik dalam maupun luar negeri. Saat ini, 85% program studi S1, S2, dan S3 di Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan telah terakreditasi A oleh Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi atau BAN-PT. Mahasiswa Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan dibina oleh dosen profesional dengan kualifikasi magister, doktor, serta profesor. Dalam rangka melaksanakan Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi, Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan telah melaksanakan penelitian dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat dengan menghasilkan karya baik tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan saat ini memiliki program studi, jurusan Bimbingan dan Konseling, program studi S1 Bimbingan dan Konseling, S2 Bimbingan dan Konseling, S3 Bimbingan dan Konseling, jurusan Teknologi Pendidikan, program studi S1 Teknologi Pendidikan, S2 Teknologi Pembelajaran, S3 Teknologi Pembelajaran, jurusan Administrasi Pendidikan, program studi S1 Administrasi Pendidikan, S2 Manajemen Pendidikan, S3 Manajemen Pendidikan. Jurusan Pendidikan Luar Sekolah. Program studi S1 Pendidikan Luar Sekolah, S2 Pendidikan Luar Sekolah, S3 Pendidikan Luar Sekolah. Jurusan Kependidikan Sekolah Dasar dan Prasekolah. Program studi S1 Pendidikan Guru Sekolah Dasar, S1 Pendidikan Guru Pendidikan Anak Usia Dini, S2 Pendidikan Anak Usia Dini. Jurusan Pendidikan Luar Biasa. Program studi S1 Pendidikan Luar Biasa, S2 Pendidikan Khusus. Aktivitas perkuliahan dan manajemen didukung dengan fasilitas yang memadai dan menggunakan teknologi masa kini. Ruang kuliah yang cukup, media pembelajaran berbasis TIK, pembelajaran berbasis komputer, akses internet dengan Wi-Fi atau hotspot area, ruang simulasi pendidikan, perpustakaan, dan laboratorium micro-teaching. untuk melaksanakan kegiatan seminar, pelatihan, dan kegiatan ilmiah lainnya yang disediakan 4 aula besar, yaitu Aula E1, Sport Hall GKB, Aula PP2, dan Aula PP3.
Menjadi bagian dari Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan merupakan suatu hal yang berharga bagi saya. Di Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan, saya mendapatkan banyak pelajaran baru, tidak hanya di bidang akademis, tetapi juga di bidang non-akademis.
Berkat dukungan dan doanya, sehingga tim kami dapat memperoleh medali emas pada ajang perlombaan Pekan Ilmiah Mahasiswa Nasional 2019.
Menempa ilmu dalam kelas jelas tak akan cukup. Kesempatan belajar membutuhkan ruang yang lebih. Oleh karena itu, kesempatan belajar terbuka seluas-luasnya melalui program peningkatan skill di berbagai aspek. Pendidikan yang terdidik, santun, berbudi pekerti luhur, serta berinovasi dan kreatif bersama FIP akan mewujudkan insan Indonesia yang cerdas dan berdaya saing. Bersama FIP, ribuan alumni pendidik telah mengabdi, menyebar di seluruh penjuru negeri. Kami percaya ketika kita menyatukan langkah bersama, saatnya menunjukkan pada dunia bahwa kita juga bisa.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Dean Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Malang, Profesor Dr. Bambang Budiono M.Pd, the Honorable Speakers at the International Conference on Educational Management and Technology 2021, Associate Professor Marek Tesar Ph.D. from University of Auckland, New Zealand, Profesor Madya Dr. Jamal Nordin bin Yunus from Sultan Idris Education University, Malaysia, Profesor Zainal Dimaukom Kulidtod Ph.D. from Mindanao State University, Philippines, and Associate Professor Dr. Syamsul Hadi M.Pd M.Ed from Universitas Negeri Malang, Indonesia, the Honorable Committee of the International Conference on Education, Management and Technology 2021, and the Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen. Very good morning to everyone, and welcome to the first International Conference on Educational Management and Technology 2021, organized by the Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Malang, UM. We would like to express our heartfelt gratitude from your presence. It's great the welcome you all to the Zoom meeting for the International Conference on Education, Management and Technology 2021. The honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, International Conference on Education, Management and Technology is international conference that discuss management, education, and technology. In the era of the technological advance like today, the discussion of the role of technology in the field of education and educational management is very important and interesting to be studied more thoroughly. Through International Conference on Education Management Technology activities, it can facilitate academic, researchers, practitioners to disseminate research results related to education and management technology. Topic for the discussion International Conference on Education, Management and Technology 2021 include technology-based education management and pedagogical method and innovator. The honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we invite you all to sing of the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Thank you. The honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, to show our gratitude to all M.Ed, now we would like to invite Mr. Dedi Prestiadi S.Pd M.Pd to lead the prayer for today's conference. Mr. Dedi Prestiadi S.Pd M.Pd, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me to guide this prayer with Islamic religions. If you are not Muslim, please you can pray with your respective religions. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin, hamdan yu'afi ma yukafi masida. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhil karimi wa 'azimi sultanik. Allahumma sholli ala sayyidina Muhammad salatan tunjina biha min jamil ahwali wal afat wa taqdilana biha jamil hajat wa tutarihuna biha min jamil sayiat wa tarfa'una biha indaka al darajat wa tubalihuna bi aqsal hayat min jamil khairat wal hayat wa ba'dal mamat. Allahumma rzuqna ilman nafi'an wa fahman amikan wa ru'yan safian maqbulan wa rizqan wasian halalan thayyiban mubarakatan. Allahumma la tada'lana fi majlisina fi faculty of education hadadan ban illa ghafartah wala hamman illa farajtah wala dainan illa qadaidah wala ma'siran illa yasartah wala aiban illa satartah wala jahlan illa alamtah wala dulman illa tadaitah wala hajatan yalaka ridho min hawaiji illa qadaitaha. Allahumma yasir umurana wa tawil umurana wa qti hawaijana wa najahna fid dini wad dunya wal akhirah. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Rabbighfirli wa liwalidayya warhamhuma kama rabbayana shighara. Rabbana dhalamna anfusana wa illam taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakunanna minal khasirin. Rabbana taqabbal minna innaka antas samiul alim wa tub alaina antat tawwabur rahim. Subhanaka rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wassalamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wallahul muwaffiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much and enjoy your conference.
Mr. Dedi Prestiadi S.Pd M.Pd. Next, ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to invite the Chief Committee of the First International Conference on Education Management and Technology 2021, Mr. Asep Sunandar, S.Pd. M.Ap, to deliver the welcome speech. Dr. Asep Sunandar, S.Pd. M.Ap, time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and best wishes for all of us, the Honorable Deans and Vice Dean, Education Faculty, Universitas Negeri Malang, the Honorable Speakers, committee and participants. Thank you for attending in this conference. The theme of this conference is the challenge of education management and administration in 4.0 industrial revolution era. This conference is the first international conference in the Department of Educational Administration, which is the first step to holding similar conference in the future. On this occasion, I would like to report we had accepted 185 manuscripts and the participant 200 persons attend in this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, keynote speaker from this conference is from New Zealand, Malaysia, Philippines, and Indonesia, as well as participants from practitioners, researchers, principal, supervisor, teachers, lecturers, and students from several countries. On behalf of the committee, we would like to say thank you for all presenters, participants, and audience, especially keynote speakers, reviewers, and committee, Dean and Vice Dean, and not forget Head of Department Educational Administration. We hope all presenters and participants enjoy in the conference. Maybe this conference is useful for all, especially to develop quality of education, including the educational management and technology. That's all our program for this time. Please keep us apologies for all of the mistakes. And thank you for the participant and attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning.
Thank you, Dr. Asep Sunandar, S.Pd. M.Ap, for the inspirational speech. The honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, the first International Conference on Education Management and Technology 2021 is going to be officially opened. We invite the Dean of Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Malang UM, Profesor Dr. Bambang Budiwiono, M.Pd, to deliver the opening speech and to open the conference. Profesor Dr. Bambang Budiwiono, M.Pd, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and greeting from Indonesia. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Rector, Vice Rector, Deans, Vice Dean, Head of Department, Secretary, Coordinator of Study Program, and all officials in Universitas Negeri Malang. The Honorable all of the keynote speakers from several countries. The Honorable the lecturers, officers, the distinguished guests, and all the participants. First of all, on behalf of Faculty of Education Universitas Negeri Malang, we are delighted to have you here to participate in the International Conference on Educational Management and Technology with the theme, The Challenge of educational management and administration in the era of Industrial Revolution 4.0. It was known that the COVID-19 pandemic has changed the interaction of life, including in the fields of education. The teaching learning process is mostly carried out online. The development of communication and information technology is also growing rapidly, and it affects the implementation of education. Therefore, it needs to be supported by effective instructional strategies and educational management from early childhood education to higher education. The purpose of this conference is to share ideas about education in line with development of information and communication technology, especially in the era Industrial Revolution 4.0 and Industrial Society 5.0. There are a lot of participants have registered to join the conference, and there are a lot of papers have been submitted to the committee. Through the conference, we will gain insight of education in many perspectives from the keynote speakers. And it also will facilitate the authors, lecturers, students, teachers, principals, researchers, practitioners, and all who intention to education to express and share their ideas. We representing Faculty of Education Universitas Negeri Malang appreciate all the audience and participants, especially for all the keynote speakers. Associate Professor Marek Tesar, Ph.D. from University of Auckland, New Zealand. Profesor Madya Dr. Jamal Nordin bin Yunus from Sultan Idris Education University, Malaysia. Profesor Zainal Kulidtod, Ph.D. from Mindanao State University, Philippines, and Associate Professor Dr. Syamsul Hadi, M.Ed. from Universitas Negeri Malang, Indonesia, that support this conference. We also appreciate the chairman of the event, the committee and the crews, the official at Universitas Negeri Malang, and all the rest that I cannot mention one by one, who highly participate in the conference. May the God Allah SWT bless us so that this conference can be conducted smoothly and successfully. We hope all of you will enjoy to join this conference, and thank you very much for your attentions. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Bambang Muniwa M.Pd, for the inspirational speech. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, we invite to our keynote speakers for the plenary session and moderator. Please give a big round of applause to our moderator, Ms. Rahmawati M.Pd. Okay, hello, Ms. Rahmawati M.Pd.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I fully give you time to guide to discussion. Time is yours, Miss.
Okay, thank you for Master of Ceremony. Good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Rahmawati, and I will be the moderator of this event. First of all, it's my pleasure to welcome you all in this Zoom meeting. I hope you all a best and safe condition. Praise be to God, because of His grace, we can join the seminar to enhance our knowledge. I would like to thank you for joining us today for this international seminar with the themes, the challenges of educational management and administration in the 4.0 Industrial Revolution era. Honorable the great speaker, Associate Professor Marek Tesar, Ph.D. from the University of Auckland, New Zealand. Nice to see you, Associate Professor Marek Tesar, Ph.D. Professor Madya, Dr. Jamal Nordin bin Yunus from Sultan Idris Education, Malaysia. Nice to see you, Professor Madya, Dr. Jamal. Professor Zainal Dimaukom Kulidtod, Ph.D. from Mindanao State University, Philippines. Nice to see you, Professor Zainal. And Associate Professor Dr. Syamsul Hadi, M.Pd, M.Ed from Universitas Negeri Malang, Indonesia. Nice to see you, Associate Professor Syamsul Hadi. And also all participants, ladies and gentlemen of today event. Before I discuss speaker, ladies and gentlemen and participants, I would like some rules for this event. Dear speaker, we inform you that today I have 4 speakers and we can implement the presentation with panel system. And each speaker will deliver material for 30 minutes. For participants, during the speaker presentation, please mute your microphone. And if participants have any question, you can raise hand in ending all speaker presentation, or please type your name, institution or city, and address your speaker, or you can write on the chatting room. All right, may I know? In fact, the first speaker, Associate Professor Marek Tesar, Ph.D., is head of school and the Associate Dean International at the Faculty of Education and Social Work, University of Auckland, New Zealand. He is director of Center for Global Childhood. His expertise is in early childhood education and childhood studies in both New Zealand as well as in cross-country contexts. His work focuses on educational policy, philosophy, pedagogy, methodology, and curriculum, and draws on his background as a qualified teacher as well as his extensive knowledge of international education system. He has published over 150 peer-reviewed publications. His scholarly work has received numerous prestigious national and international awards and accolades. He is president of the Philosophy of Education Society of Australia and currently chairs the steering committee of the Reconceptualizing Early Childhood Education Society. For today, he will presentation and the topic, Childhood in a UK, the Future of Pandemic Education. For Associate Professor Marek Tesar, Ph.D., time is yours.
Kia ora koutou. Good morning, salamat pagi to my dear friends in Indonesia from beautiful New Zealand, where, well, it's salamat siang. Well, actually, it's already salamat sore here in New Zealand. And I apologize for my Bahasa Indonesia. It's a little bit rusty. I tend to spend a lot of time in Indonesia and with my colleagues, and it will be wonderful to be all together, but hopefully we will see each other soon in person. First of all, I would like to really thank the organizing committee, State University of Malang, and the whole faculty and the Dean of Education, but also the whole Education Administration and Technology department and school for organizing such a wonderful event and really pushing it towards internationalization and inviting guests from all around the world to participate. And it's my great honor and privilege to be with you today. I will now, I will share my screen. Can you see my screen? Yes, you can, I think. Yes. I would just like to start by saying my title. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, for this lovely introduction and for this wonderful moderation of this event. And you can see here my contact details, so I encourage you to stay in touch with me, and would love to have further discussions with you on this topic. And I'm really looking forward in the next 30 minutes to explore the topic that I call Childhoods in a New Key, the Future of Pandemic Education, which I believe can provide some of the grounding philosophical ideas to the concerns with respect to the education administration, education technology, 4.0 transformation of our society and so on. But I think that what I like to do in my work is to really look at those fundamental key concerns and issues. And I cannot start without saying that the past 2 years has been just extraordinary for all of us in education. And we cannot think about the future and where we're heading in education without considering what's happened in the past 2 years. And so please bear with me as I go with you from the key lessons and ideas, what can guide us towards the future. And because I am a philosopher of education and childhood studies, early childhood scholar, I tend to think of the future of the education, they are our children. So I really want to focus and really look at what's happening with children and in their childhoods. These 4 readings that I have here on the screen are sort of further that I published in past 2 years, sort of further ground and provide, if you're interested, further read about these ideas that I talk about today. One of them is about what it means, that new normality in a post-COVID-19 world, and how do we move to that online higher education. Second is about how do we theorize this kind of childhood studies in these precarious times of the climate change, which is a very important topic for us. So that's the book in Springer. And then there is a paper on a future of philosophy of education in this kind of post-pandemic world. Where do we actually turn? What do we consider as important topics and ideas to discuss? And the last one is about really finding the intersections between philosophy, methodology, and education, because we all know that how important is methodology and how methodology always guides us. But I try to sort of look beyond just those simplistic methods, but looking at it from the broader perspective, how did we get here and where can we go? So you could argue that one of the things that really link together all what I'm talking about is the notion of a future. And how do we consider the future? And for that, I really want to challenge you as a participant of this conference to really think about what is the future, because it's very easy to talk about future, but what is it? What matters and what is important? These are some of the key philosophical questions for us to ask, and particularly to consider what complex societal and political relations are privileged and which are marginalized as we look towards the future. Because future is a combination of past, present, and future, right? So in order for us in the present to understand where we're heading, and it doesn't matter if it's 4.0 or if it's just really looking at the next semester or next year, we need to decide what current thoughts and ideas, concepts, and key learnings we leave behind, and which one we take with us as we try to form and shape and mold the future of education. And I would argue 3 things that I want to really quickly address. One is that one thing that we haven't been doing really well, which I think we really do need to do more, is to really consider indigenous philosophy or indigenous thinking. We've been really looking at those kind of centralized, often Western, often male, often white perspectives and theories and key ideas, and try to then dump them down and implement them. And we have sort of forgotten about those important indigenous ideas. And I know how many amazing thinkers are in Indonesia, for example, and how to sort of think and weave together that local and global scholarship. How do we elevate those marginalized indigenous voices? The second point is that we do need to really celebrate philosophy over methodology. That means the thinking about the idea over the methodological skill or a method that we sort of learn and then perform. There is a need for that kind of not a factory-based approach towards education, but rather looking at it, how can we think about those key concepts and take them forward? And the next one is sort of to our colleagues at universities, which I have noticed over the past 10 years quite. There's been a lot of demand on a lot of writing and performing a lot of writing and publishing. And I think that as we write and publish and universities push us to write, and there is a statement, you know, publish or perish, they say. And it's important not to forget that we need to read and understand the topic quite in depth. And I would say more than organizing writing retreats, we should be having reading retreats, and we should be reading the work more of our colleagues and writing less. Publish, yes, but be very selective what we write and what we publish. And the final point that I want to raise as a sort of introduction to my argument is that COVID-19 has really in past 2 years changed, and I want to sort of question whether they move to online and move to these Zoom conferences as we experience today, and move to the distance education that we experienced over the past 2 years in different shapes and forms. Whether COVID-19 has been accelerator of some of these ideas, that means they would inevitably happen anyway in the future, but suddenly we've been thrown down a deep end and it's been all accelerated, or has COVID-19 been an equalizer of opportunities that suddenly people can attend and watch lectures and events all over online that previously they wouldn't have access to because they would have to spend a lot of money to pay for to travel somewhere to witness some workshop, and now they can do it online. So has it equalized the differences between different socioeconomic and different countries and different budgets of those institutions? Or has COVID made differences more visible and stronger between groups of people than ever? And I would argue that all three above, that it's combination of acceleration, equalization, but also making differences more visible and stronger. And that's what I want to argue in this short talk. So one thing that I think we need to ask of ourselves are the three key questions. And for me, these three questions have been on top of my mind in the past 2 years. And one is that it seems like the social, you know, when we all heard that a couple of days ago, that new type of COVID-19 variant has emerged in South Africa and what it may mean, you know, in post-Delta world. Has social distancing and these rules against large-scale public gatherings maybe here for a while? What does it actually mean for learning and play and for teaching and for being at school? The second question that we cannot forget if we think about the future of education or anything, how will parents strike a balance between work and child raising? Because this is one of the key concerns that we have witnessed in past 2 years. And what will that kind of new normal look like for children of marginalized populations? For instance, how do we leave that less to a chance? Like, and think of Indonesia, for example, of rural population, for example, somewhere in Papua or Kalimantan or Sulawesi or somewhere, you know, or parts of Sumatra. I mean, you may think, what happens there? I mean, we've been struggling in the urban settings, but what happens with those marginalized population? And that's really important to understand. So I want to move to this kind of key lessons from pandemic that you may be interested based upon our research and research studies. The key lesson that we've learned is that technologies do not fix educational problems. And that's really important because we always complained in a pre-pandemic world how we lack equipment, how we lack particular technologies, how we lack computers, iPads, internet connections, and everything else. And during the pandemic, we started to supply all those devices and support families and people to have access to distance education, we realized that technologies do not actually fix those fundamental concerns and issues that we had around educational problems. They support our connectiveness, perhaps, but they do not resolve those key underlying or overarching problems, and I will get to it. So that's a very key important point, that technologies or it's not a solution to our problems that we have with education, and that's globally applicable. The second point that we have learned is that parents are the first teachers indeed. I think it was Piaget who said in education that parents are the first teachers, and we often say, oh yeah, they are, and we continue. But what we've learned in the past 2 years is that parents really spend so much time with children. They've been really the ones who've been trying to juggle the work on one hand and education of their children on the other, because of either the schools or early childhood centers or provided some form of support, but it wasn't sustained. It wasn't like in a normal time. And that's really important to understand the role of parents of education. I think we've been for years, we've been not emphasizing enough how their role is important, how that connectedness and their participation in their children's education is really important. So it's not only technology, it's a parent support and parents' engagement with schools. Third point that we've learned is that we need place, space, and bodies in education. We can't have education, real education, just over the screen. The same way, while this conference is amazing, I can't see you all. I have you over 9 screens here on Zoom. I can't see you. I can't see your faces. I cannot see how you react when I'm talking. You can't see my body moving. And the same is for children. Children need a touch. Children need to run. Children need to engage in the learning. The learning is not only discursive, it's not only mind, it's the whole body. It's that kind of philosophical idea that goes all the way to the old Greeks and further beyond, that children and learning is a social event and there is no technology that can substitute it. And it's really important, especially if we're thinking about technology and education, the era 4.0. And we need those places and spaces for education. We need them desperately. And we know that they were not in a good condition 2 years ago. Our schools were falling apart. There was lack of investments into infrastructure of our schools. Now think about what they look now, 2 years post-pandemic. We do need to invest into it. We need to return children and teacher bodies back into the education. It's not just about learning via WhatsApp or Zoom or Google Hangouts or whatever platform you can think of. Next point, what we have learned is that communities, when they are working together, they can really support each other and offer kindness. We've become quite cynical over the pre-pandemic time about how much we actually care about each other and how much we can support each other. The pandemic, the past 2 years, well, especially last year, I think, it's been just amazing how much communities have supported each other, how much kindness and care there's been expressed. And I don't know, in Indonesia, I don't know if you had the same thing as we had in Malang, the same thing that we had here in Auckland or in US or Europe. That means is that people are putting teddy bears into the windows and children were going out for what they call a bear hunt, you know, based upon the old English story, we're going on a bear hunt, I'm not scared. So people would be watching all those bears in the windows and spotting them, and people would put up signs, you know, don't give up, you are not alone, you matter. My question is, I don't want to romanticize these ideas, but my question is, how do we scale this experience up and bring it now to our classrooms and early childhood centers? How do we make sure that we offer them kindness to our teachers, to those bodily places of education? Because that is something that technology and 4.0, it can't really help us with. There is that kind of human element that's always going to be needed in education. And I think we show to each other over that period that we can make it, that we can do it. Now is the question, can our communities continue that with parents and with children and with all the stakeholders? The next thing, what we learned is that I think over the past 2 years, and we still have those rules, you know, of physical and social distancing. Physical and social distancing are two separate things. And I think we do need to understand that because they've been often mistakenly used as the same one. as you can see in this beautiful United Nations cartoon, you should stay bear apart. I know there are no bears in Indonesia, but imagine a bear, which is sort of like a 2-meter long creature, beast, and they are 2 meters apart. So the children should keep so people should keep physical distancing when there's a time of pandemic. But look at right picture. They shouldn't keep the social distancing, because the kindness of reading children's stories from one window to children standing on the balcony, that's not a social distancing. That's a physical distancing. We need to stay socially connected, and whatever that means, in whatever forms, socially connected, but physically distanced. That's what is important to understand. And I really hope that we're going to be able to create those educational bubbles where the bodies in education could actually really mingle as well. The next things what we've learned, and this is very important for me, is that there was this periods of empty schools and empty places and playgrounds that were cut off with a yellow tape, like a crime scenes, from a movie. Do not enter, do not congregate, do not come and play together. And I cannot accept that this should be the new normality. The new normality, and I know we're entering the phase of new normality and new normal. We need to trouble what the new normal is. The new normal needs to happen on our own educational terms. We cannot give up on those important aspects that make education education. And I think there is a key lesson in the troubling of the new normality that links to the education, the era of 4.0, because the same thing goes for 4.0. We need to trouble what that 4.0 means and how education happens in that stage, because we cannot be education and educational concerns and issues and theories and philosophies cannot be dictated by the way the technology operates or by the way that the society decides. That there are some key lessons that we have from our educational past that we do need to carry forward. And yes, we do need to take into account what's happening in the move to online and how everything and the way how AI operates and how things could be useful, but they do not replace or they do not fix those educational concerns that we have. And we do need to trouble them the same way we need to trouble new normality. So the key lessons from pandemic are really that the education require really both philosophical and structural attention to us. So if you think of the current sort of move to era 4.0, but also we need to really look into the philosophical and structural foundations of education. And online and digital and distance forms of education, they are great and they serve us well in particular forms and ways, but only to a certain extent. They will not resolve our existing issue. Not having a face-to-face conference where people can be together and have that wonderful chat over a coffee or nasi goreng as they get together after the conference. That can never be replaced by an online event, even with the best speakers from around the world. Cannot be replaced, and it will not resolve our existing issue. It can provide some band-aids, quality, content, policy, investment, working conditions, professionalism, partnerships, children's rights, school readiness. These were the issues that we were dealing, and I was part of dealing with also your Ministry of Education and Culture in Jakarta. They were concerns before pandemic, and they remain concerns now, post-pandemic. We have not technology and the 4.0 era, they don't resolve these concerns. They help us with some tools, methods, some idea of it almost like a toolkit, but they do not help us to answer those fundamental questions and those problems we were facing before. We need to remain to discuss them, research them. We need to implement those partnerships that I talked about before. We can't fix them on our own in our departments or on higher education level. We cannot leave it to the schools either. We need to really partner with all our colleagues in ministries and in educational departments. We need to partner with parents, and we need to partner with children as well. So we do need to connect and to collaborate with all those stakeholders, and particularly nationally and internationally look at what is happening. But do not take something international as a gospel. Think about it, how you can implement it and how it could work. So what became visible during these lessons from the pandemic? COVID-19 has really enhanced inequalities, educational and class-based and urban-rural divide, ethnicities divide, and we know that. I know it here from Auckland, from New Zealand. It's a big city and we're fairly rich country, but if I look what's been happening in South Auckland, for example, there's been a massive inequality, lack of access to devices. Children couldn't study or learn from home because they had no space to do so alongside their parents. The COVID-19 and the concerns were there before the pandemic. But what pandemic's done, it has ballooned. It has literally exploded. We can see, we were concerned before pandemic what's happening in rural Sumba or somewhere, and what's happening in Jakarta, and we knew that we have apples and oranges. But now when we look at urban-rural divide, it's almost impossible to see. I mean, working for me, who is international scholar, and I work with a lot of colleagues from around the world, it's often impossible to get from some colleagues from some parts of the world stable internet connection to be part of the conference, discussion, or debate. It's not so simple. And the second point that has really key lesson from pandemic is that the planetary outlook and climate change still remains the most significant issue that we face. The summit 2 weeks ago in Glasgow that has confirmed the concerns around the climate change, it's been just the tip of the iceberg. We had Greta Thunberg reminding us as a young teenager, I think before she turned 16, from Sweden in 2018 and 19, she was telling us that she was challenging us adults, what we're doing for children. If we care about the future, if we care about the children, we need to care about the planet and the space that we're leaving for children. That's really important. The planetary outlook and the climate change is a massive concern, and that should be part of every educational curriculum and looking towards the future, because one day we're gonna be questioned by our children and our grandchildren. What have you done with this place, with this earth, which you have inherited to us? It's something that is highly concerning, and it should be making up the priorities, the way we're looking at one of the things that's overarching and is around us and it's influencing our educational outlook. And the last point that I want to raise is that we need really high quality educational research in COVID-19 and its impact on children, childhood's education and parenting. We have some studies, and I'm still waiting, and that's my challenge to you as my colleagues in Indonesia, to really, Indonesia is an amazing country, and I think the world would be fascinated to read what are some of the impacts of COVID-19 on education and what can actually happen, and scale up those positive examples. It's really important that we do that. It's a massive research opportunity, but also the key learning that we can carry towards the future, as I talked at the very beginning. And I'm currently working on a paper where I sort of refer to Generation C or Generation C19 of young children, because there are just those children who are really, really focused on that experience pandemic. And for them, this is going to be their childhood linked with the pandemic forever. Something that those 2 years of education that they lacked, that they missed, that never really got, it will really influence them, and it will unite a generation around the world. And I'm really interested studying that. And finally, as we look to educational futures, I often like to look at the philosophy of education, because there are a lot of clever educational thinkers and philosophers that provide us with really amazing, really strong statements that can help us to really think. And I love Aristotle, and I purposefully selected 3 that are from 3 different continents, from 3 different eras, so to speak. So Aristotle as a scholar from from 2 millennia ago, and old Greek scholar who argued the educated differ from the uneducated as much as the living from the dead. So the purpose, the education is so important. And there is the John Dewey, as we all know, famous educational thinker and philosopher of progressive education of 20th century in US. And he argued that education is not preparation for life. Education is life itself. And it's so important to understand that education and life, how they are connected, that we cannot separate this is life and this is education. Education is life itself. And the third one is from Nelson Mandela, as we all know, the first president of a free South Africa, as he is claiming that education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. And I really do believe that, and I would really like to thank you with this for organizing this conference and really allowing us to think how education can be the most powerful weapon that we can have to change the world as we look towards the future. And I'm really looking forward to working with you towards the future. And thank you for inviting me, Terima kasih, and what a wonderful opportunity to spend this time with you here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for Professor Marek Tesar, Ph.D. Give applause for Professor Marek Tesar, Ph.D. The material is very amazing and inspiring how to give ancient knowledge about key instrument for the childhood management in era pandemics. Okay, for the second speaker, Professor Madya, Dr. Jamal Nordin bin Yunus. He is a Professor Madya at Faculty Management and Economy as a manager at Department Education. Qualification Education, he is a Associate Professor Doctor of Philosophy Education Management, University Utara Malaysia. Master of Education, Educational Planning, University Science Malaysia, and Bachelor of Arts Education with honor, Geography, University Science Malaysia. File of specialization is administration and education. He is research interest focused in learning, organization, leadership, self-efficacy. Professional affiliation as an expert in Belmas organization, commit member at Yayasan Guru, and expert in PK organization. Has a lot of recent research in the field of leadership, management, organization, and education, and expert and has many recent publications in the form of books, performance, article, and national and international journal. For today, he is will presentation and the topic, Higher Education Management in the Industrial Revolution 4.0. Professor Madya, Dr. Jamal Nordin bin Yunus, time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and very good morning or selamat siang for all the participants. Firstly, I would like to thank you to the organizer to invite me to talk about this topic. For me, the topic is a very big and very broad area, and there is not enough time to discuss about this topic. However, before that, I want to say my PowerPoint. Okay. Tesar. Okay, I try again. I don't know why my cannot. Okay, sorry, I cannot to share my PowerPoint. Can some technical they help me to how to share the PowerPoint? Again.
Okay, maybe we can help to share screen for PPT
Okay.
and send in email comment steady. Okay, Alhamdulillah. Now we can see.
Okay. You see my PowerPoint now?
Yes.
Okay,
I
right.
see.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Okay, because of the topic is very broad and very big to discuss. I just looking for the 4 aspects about this one. First is about the IR4 concept. The second one, how the technology is impact to our higher education. And the third one is about, we are talking about a debate or technical and vocational education and training. And lastly is about the role of the top management. And the last part is about what is the Malaysian experience to facing the IR4 for the next future. Okay, as the background, we found that technology is very fast changing, including the internet and digital, especially for the when the everybody can be used the media social like WhatsApp, Telegram, and so on. So when that is very fasting, that means our the way of our living is changing also, and also the behavior. Not only the changing for the individual, but also in the all the organization. For individual, we are changing about the way we are looking for our life and how we overcome the problem to facing the IR4. For the organization is there will be using the online, for example, to online meeting, or like us today, we are going to the online conference for the international. Before this, I come to the to University of Malang to present another keynote speaker. But today we are going to the online system to deliver our presentation. And at the same time, when with the technology fast changing and influence to the way of our living and our behavior, the next impact is the technology now is very important to our life. That's why the higher demand in technology, especially for the office management. Why the office management? Because the office management is looking about how you use the technology to make sure all the operation in the office will be run smoothly. And the same time, how you use the technology can be make the decision making is reliable and efficiency among the staff or among the top management. Okay. Then the other one is about when the technology come to our life, we are talking about the decentralization, especially how to empower our what we call empower our decision making to the top bottom, or from the top to bottom, and the bottom should be give some information how to create some activities to increase their efficiency in terms of the management. And technology also enhance the quality of products and services. Okay, so that's why when you are talking about a product, we are talking about the innovation of the product. Okay, when you are talking about the innovation of the product, that means you try to increase the quality of the product And at the same time, you are not only increase the quality of the product, you also talking about the price of the product. Okay? And services. Services, what type of services you want to give to the stakeholder, to the customer, especially in education. How your service to or how you deliver the content of the knowledge to the student. What tools are you using to make sure your deliver of your content to the students is proper, good or not good for the student. Yeah? And lastly, we still looking about our lifestyle. When you are talking about technology, technology actually influence of our lifestyle. And at the same time, technology also influence the working environment. What type the environment, what the structure of the working area, and so on. And also about the education. Why the education need the technology? As the mention of the Professor Tesar, yes, we know that technology is not fix the problem of the education, but we try to reduce problem the education, especially from the rural area. Yeah? Like the Indonesia, you have also the rural area, and in Malaysia also we have the rural area. So we try to use the technology to make sure that all the education will be accessed from the city to the rural area. So this is important why the technology is very important to the education. So how this technology impact to the education, especially for the higher education. First is about the labor market. The labor market, especially from the industrial or the private sector, we they need the graduates or the student or the from the labor shape a new skill, not only knowledgeable in the their area, but the new skills. Okay? So what is the new skill? New skill is about the job specification. What is the job specification is related to the industrial or private sector. And the same time also they are talking is about your how about your thinking skill, the students' thinking skill. Okay, they have the decision making skill, or they have the high order thinking skill, and so on. And at the same time, they need the effective labor in terms of their attitude, because sometimes not only you have your knowledge, but also you have your attitude, especially for the ethics. Okay? And also it's about the demand for the highly knowledgeable labor. How we prepare this student to get the higher knowledgeable. Normally, in terms of this technology, they can use the technology to searching or to find out the more information, not from only from the library, but from the internet, including from the visual alternative. Okay? And the learner, or especially for the student, for the first degree student or S1 student, they need the basic skill and knowledge for their soft skill, especially for their living skill. Okay? And then they need the creative thinking to overcome the problem or to make decision making. And they should be ability to adapt the challenges, especially when they are going out to find out the job, and they have to know how to adapt the challenges when they are working in the private sector or in the industrial sector. And also it's about constantly changing work, especially the work environment. Okay? Because the work environment every day is changing. There is not in under status quo, no more than under status quo, but every day is changing. Yeah? How about the university curriculum. Okay, the university curriculum also is changing about the content. For example, my area is educational management. I am also talking about how the technology impact to your management style. Okay, how the leadership use the technology to enhance their management and to make sure all the decision making will be implemented. So this is very important when you are talking about the content in your curriculum and how you deliver. Okay? Or what pedagogy strategies are you using to deliver your content? Okay, for the current time, especially for the pandemic situation, we are using for the online teaching and learning. Maybe for the next semester, we are going to back to the normal situation. Maybe we have called come back the student to going the face to face, because for me, when you deliver the content is better face to face, because you can see the attitude, you can see the behavior of the student in the class, and at the same time you can discuss with the student. And also the structure of all the management of education. That means we need restructure our management in the faculty or in the university, especially for the overcome the problem when you are talking about the changing of the technology. That means everybody in our lecturer have a minimum is a laptop or computer, but currently I found that they are now working with the iPad. Okay? Why the iPad? Because iPad is very easy to bring somewhere and open in somewhere, and can also online. Either you end up in the transport or anywhere, you can use that iPad. Okay, and also when we are talking about the impact on the higher education, we are talking also about the higher creative. Not higher creative for the student, but also highly creative to the lecturers. We need the lecturers to create something, how you deliver, how you using the technology to deliver your content, and how you use the pedagogy to deliver your content. And also is about innovative. Innovative not only to talking about your changes, you changes the technology, but is innovative is about how you change the content, how to change the content to prepare the you student. So this is very important, because our content is not permanent like that, but every 2 semester or every semester we check again our content to make sure the content is suitable for our student needs. And then we also talking about the entrepreneurship among the graduates or among the students. Why the entrepreneurship? Entrepreneurship is not only about talking about your business, but how you take the opportunities from the problem. Normally, we are talking you skill, how the problem is your opportunities. And then sometime from these opportunities, you can create your job actually. Not create job from the government now, but a student is help to create the job actually. Okay. So the higher education challenging actually for the student. We found out about the communication skill. Okay. We know the student, we have the communication about, they learn about the native language, their own language, or they learn the second language is the English language. But and now we encourage students to take another one modern language. Okay. For example, maybe they want to learn about the Arabic language or the Mandarin language or any language in the world to prepare yourself, because if you have the third language, you can collaborate collaborate, or you can discuss with your colleagues from the outside from your country. For example, if you have the skill in the Arabic language, that means you can collaborate on discuss from the Middle East. Or if you have the Mandarin language, that means you can collaborate also from the China. So why the Middle East and the China is very important, because this block is powerful in the economic for the next century. Okay, lastly is about the self-learning skill. It's related actually to the self-regulated learning. Okay, students have to have their own responsibility to is learning. Not only depends to the lecturers or depends from the university. The student must find out much more information from the outside from the university, especially from the industrial sector. Okay, so what is challenging for the STAR Academy? Yes, first about this digital and data literacy. I know for the senior lecturer, especially about the years 50 years, it is very difficult to learn about the digital and data literacy. However, we encourage them try to learn slowly, because this is important for our student. Secondly, about you need to increase your skill and knowledgeable in teachings. Okay, what type teaching do you want to use and how you deliver your teaching? And then at the same time, as a lecturer, you must run your research, your consultation, your publication, and your facilitator, and as a innovator, because this is a core business for the lecturer or the STAR academic. And then same time, you are also try to run the lifelong learning. Okay, because the lifelong learning actually is one of the program is very suitable for the for those who want to increase their skill and the knowledge. Okay? And try to relearn and prepare yourself to use the digital tools. What is the digital tools? Like laptops, okay, your smart laptop and the smart iPad and also on. Okay? And try to create the new of the teaching. Okay? Of the teaching. Maybe for this time we are using the blended learning and hybrid teaching. Okay, because we are still currently in the pandemic situation. But for the next time after we are going to the endemic situation, maybe we come back all the students and we try to the new teaching and the new content for prepare the student go to the future. Okay, how about the top management? Yes, the top management now must be think strategically. How they think strategically is about the scan the current situation. The top management must scan the current situation. What is the industrial need for the student employability? And you must show that visible. The university or the top management must show that visible, not only among the student, but you are knowing by other parties, especially from the outside from the country, especially from the Indonesia, Thailand, and so on. Lastly, about the university. Make sure the policy or collaboration or partnership with industrial is parallel with the IR4 requirement. The university flexible in terms of the teaching and learning, more to the practice-oriented content, competency-based learning, and need the new system of the accreditation or certificates for the program Okay, because currently we know that we are still looking for the ranking university in the world. So that means we need a new system to what we call recognize our university. So all these challenges are influenced by the changing the technology. All the aspects, especially from the education area, and it is actually response to the needs of the IR4. So what is the IR4? Basically, I just go through this one. They're talking about the smart factory. In Malaysia, we are talking about a smart school. But when we are talking about IR4, it's about a smart factory. What is a smart factory? Smart factory about the factory is using the digital and more connected and more flexible and more to responsive about their production. And then they use the cyber physical system. What is the cyber physical system? Is about the system in the industrial. Either they use the input, process, and output. They're using the machine to machine, and they're using the machine to humans, and could communicate with other from the production to the consumer's process. That means we also to find out the feedback from the consumer about the quality of product or the quality of the services. Okay. So in terms of the technology, when you are talking about the period of the industry, normally we are talking about using the digital and talking about the internet, because the internet is very powerful to influence our education. So in terms of the IR4, so what is related to the education? Okay, IR4 actually also is related to education 4.0. So what is education is 4.0 is about the learner. The learner is a content producer. Okay, the learner need the content. What is the content they want? Okay. Secondly, the learner is connector maker. He can collaborate with the other, and he encourage the click to connect to the another person. Also, they use the open access information. Open access information. That means there is no more strictly for the information, but it's a free for the information. And also in the university, we need the lecturers have the resources, have the content, and have the technology. Okay? And then for industrial revolution, actually is we are talking about how we use the internet. Okay, you using the cloud. Okay? Because the cloud is to storage your data, especially for the big data. So especially when you are talking about big data, for example, we use the graphic, because the graphic need a big data. We need artificial intelligence to increase our movement or our management, and also in the same time using the mobile. And now we have the smart mobile, not only to as a telephone, but it also is information from the internet. Okay. In the same time, higher education also is talking about how you reorientation your curriculum. Okay. Before this, we are content based on knowledge, but after we are talking about the education 4.0 and talking about the IR4, so that means our content mostly based on the competency. Okay, because the competency is very important to the industrial. However, even though we are emphasizing in the technology and data, you cannot forget about the human literacy, because the human literacy is about you're talking about the emotion, you're talking about the social life. So at the same time, you also encourage students to take the human subject, because the human subject is very important, especially if you're talking about the psychology. Okay, because the psychology is very important when you collaborate with your colleague, or collaborate with your lecturer, or collaborate with your student from the outside from the university. Yeah. And now about the technical and vocational education and training, Tibet. This is in the Malaysia context, we emphasize this one. It is we refer to the blueprint education 2025. The Tibet is very important. Why? Because the Tibet actually are the cross discipline, not only for the higher education, but also to supply this topic in the primary school and secondary school. And then at the same time, we increase the skill of the student and the new content, to embed the new content in the Tibet program. So, and now we have the new education program, especially for the prepare the student to the industrial revolution 4. For example, we have the Tibet education, especially for the soft skill, okay? How the student can be learn about their soft skill. Okay? And then every year we are going to recheck and counter again about the quality of the program. The quality of program, because the quality of the program is very important for the student. If the quality of the program is not good for them, they will be go to the another college or university to take the best quality of the program. And at the same time, they want that program is suitable for the next future jobs, especially from the industrial sector. And lastly, about the recognition, okay, you don't not only a recognition from the own country, but we need from the international and industrial recognition for our program. This is very important, because when the industrial recognition
Prof. Jamal, please, we can hear your talk. Prof. Jamal, we cannot hear your talk and your voice is very low.
really lost.
Yes, okay. Now, okay.
Can you hear?
Yes.
Okay.
Now we can hear.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. And now we're going to the role of the top management. Is related to our topic today. It is about the top management is thinking about how you reduce the centralized administration, because there are so many procedures, so many red tapes. So this can be a challenge for the to get the new innovation. Yeah? And the second one, to how you reduce the dependency onto the government funding. That means you must to find out the funding from the outside from the university, especially from the industrial. And the third one is about our program should be related to the industrial needs, not only to the community needs, but for the industrial needs. And the role of the also is about the rise of community support for education. So who is the community? So sometimes we call the communities here is from the stakeholders. Okay, who is the stakeholders? Is from the industry, from the parents, from the industrial, and so on, and especially from the government. So this is our community. So you need the support from them. And we enhance the entrepreneurship education at the higher education, not only from the secondary school, but we also increase this program to make sure that all the graduates or the students know about how you overcome the problem, not only in the business, but you are in your job. And also it's about the soft skills, right? Because the soft skill is about your living, okay? How you use that soft skill, not to the hard skill, but it's a soft skill. And how the lecturers using the commercialization of the research to increase the fund in the university, and how you develop the innovation, and at the same time how you create the type of innovation, especially for the content of the knowledge. And we want the industry and work together with the university in terms of design the education curriculum, and also about the practical training. Okay. And also we create a niche professional development program for the lecturers. Okay. Especially for the skill of the delivery of the content. And number 10 is about create the massive or MOOC or learning. I will be talking this one in terms of the Malaysian experience. And lastly is about we try to shift exam and assessment pattern more to focusing in the practical and experience learning based project. Okay. Maybe for the next year we try to reduce the examination or the assessment. It's more to evaluate the practical and experience the student based on the what they have or what their skill they have after they run all the program. Okay, lastly, as about the Malaysian experience, I want talking about the Malaysian experience, especially for the what we have done. First, we are talking about the CEO or faculty. Okay. We need the CEO in the international or from the industry.
Excuse me, Professor Madya, Dr. Jamal, your voice is lost again. Professor Dr. Jamal?
Okay, did you hear? Okay, thank
yes,
you.
now here again.
Okay,
thank you.
All right. Okay, the second one which we use the TU2I program. So what is the TU2I program? Is based on the vocational training. That means we have the 2 years study in the university and we have 2 years industrial training. Why we have the 2 years TU2I is because to give them more exposed about the practical in the industrial life. And MOC, we are talking about MOC to sharing the collecting the learning material between student and lecturer. And not only the student and the lecturer, but today we also using the MOC for the when the top management giving or some material of the learning, we using the MOC actually. And lastly, the Malaysian asked to promote the lifelong learning and to get the accreditation of the career experience learning, or sometimes we call that Apple, to make sure that everybody worker have the increase their skill and knowledge. And at the same time, we try to help the community also to get the new knowledge. And also at the same time, we emphasizing the self-learning, flexible for the teaching and learning, and problem solving, critical thinking, and collaborative learning. Okay, that's all my presentation to the moderator. And back to you, moderator. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. You're welcome and thank you very much. Please give applause for Prof. Madya, Dr. Jamal Nordin bin Yunus. This material presentation enriched our knowledge about how to higher education management in Industrial Revolution 4.0 to be success and how to collaborate with the technology.
Yeah.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, for third speaker, Profesor Zainal Dimaukom Kulidtod, Ph.D. from Mindanao State University, Philippines. He is a professor at Department of Political Studies College of Social Science and Humanities, Mindanao State University, Marawi City, Philippines. He is also a special assistant, Office of the Vice President for Planning and Development, Mindanao State University, Marawi City, for 2050 until now. Previous experience as an assistant dean, chairman at Department of Political Studies, special assistant, Office of the Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs, and male focal person on politics during the development plan. He is also a consultant at Institute of Peace and Development in Mindanao State University and Mindanao People Peace Movement. He is got some scholarship and fellowship and also has got several awards and published research related to his expertise. Today, Professor Zainal will talk about presentation and the topic collaborative effort of stakeholders in addressing the challenges of the COVID-19 to education. Professor Zainal Dimaukom Kulidtod, Ph.D., time is yours.
Can you now see my presentation?
Yes, I will see for your
Thank
PPT.
you.
Yes.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الصلاة والسلام على رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم وبعد السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. To the official dam headed by your visionary and exemplary rector, Bapa Professor Dr. Ph.D, M.Pd, to his assistants in the academic and semi-academic units of the university, to the very humble but equally visionary, transformative, and insightful Dean of the Faculty Ilmu Pendidikan, Professor Dr. Bambang Budi Wiono, M.Pd, we miss you, Dean. To my co-keynote speakers, Professor Tesar, Professor Jamal, and Professor Hadi, to the faculty, students, and staff of the university, to our friends from the UM, who are so many to mention, to the chairman and organizers of this webinar, especially the Department of Educational Administration. I am telling you that we really miss Malang, one of the most beautiful places that we have visited. Ladies and gentlemen, to our webinar hosts, Madam Indra and Pa Arif, good morning to each and every one of you. At the outset, I would like to inform you that the lecture delivered by the former two speakers and that of mine have actually similarities. To Professor Tesar, he was talking about COVID-19 and collaboration of stakeholders. To Professor Jamal, he was also talking of management of education and collaboration also of the top management, different sectors, especially management issue of management role in this computer world. Okay, and our lecture shall be talking also about internet or information technology. Okay, as you have seen in my presentation, you will notice that I'll be talking about basically the effect of COVID-19 pandemic to education, especially the specific roles played by different sectors in addressing this education emergency. Okay, I am telling you, as a warning to all of us, we have noticed that this pandemic actually have shown us the indispensable role of technology and education. That role is so demanding that in this remote learning, it will become learning in this new mode of learning and teaching will become useless if there is no technology at all. Okay, how the pandemic, for example, affect our life in the education sector. Okay, you could just imagine. I quoted a research from the World Bank that in height of the pandemic, about 185 million students are actually suffering from the closure of 45 schools in Europe and in Central Asia. Okay, so that is how serious. And this closure of schools resulted to losses of learning, especially the most vulnerable ones. I'm referring to those students living, for example, in the rural areas, which do not have connectivity of internet. In the students coming from poor families who do not have the means to buy computer gadgets. Okay, they are the most vulnerable ones because the order of the day is online learning. The order of the day is computer learning. Okay, now in my presentation, ladies and gentlemen, I will be discussing, I hope that I could finish them as soon as possible time, the specific roles of the 5 stakeholders of education. Okay, the school management, the teachers, the parents, the students, and that of the internet companies. What shall be the roles that they must play in addressing the COVID-19 new normal modality of learning and teaching? First is we have to go to the school management roles. Okay, I want to quote a very good passage presented by one writer, Choi Wang, who mentioned that according to him, good leadership in schools foster nurturing learning environments to help children grow and develop. To cultivate such environment, school heads must navigate and promote collaboration across often complex networks of stakeholders. So it's educational authorities, students, teachers, parents, and local communities. Okay, so in other words, the duty of the school management is it is serving as the glue which is going to paste to collect this and come together in order to make a collective effort in addressing this educational urgency. Okay, but be noted in the case of the school leadership that there are certain attributes for an effective leadership to address this crisis. Okay, number one is there is this ability to cope and tribute ambiguity. So it's number one attribute of crisis leadership or leadership in crisis, that you can easily adapt, you can easily cope up with whatever emergency. Decisive decisions must be made, and the ability to respond flexibly and quickly is commended. Okay, so in this kind of leadership in schools, some sort of authoritative decision making is needed. Okay, because it's an emergency. Okay, time is the essence of decision. A strong capacity to think creatively and question events in ways. Okay, so initiatives. Okay, initiatives, creativity initiatives here is the order of the day in the case of the school heads. Okay, it's a must for a school head to create innovations. How to, for example, in a couple of days or week, how can you effectively address the shifting from a traditional face-to-face with that to the online learning? The optimism to persevere when all seems to be lost. Okay, in our country, in the Philippines, we have been experiencing extreme emotional trauma, especially to our learners. There are so many students in different schools in the Philippines who committed suicide because they cannot cope up with this very demanding order of the pandemic education. So it is the obligation of the teacher, of the school management, to have a constant connection with this, especially to the parents of the most vulnerable students. The ability to just to motivate them, the ability to work with and through people to achieve critical outcomes. PR or personal relations is the most here. Okay, so it's a must that you must have a good, very good personal relations. There must be more sacrifices, more understanding in the case of the management. You need to understand the teachers of their shortcomings, especially on the internet preparations. As we know that not all teachers are very much well-versed of computer literacy, so you need to educate them, you need to understand them. And strong communication and media skills, yes. So there must be a constant communication. The communication must be strong. The communication must be updated. The communication must be constant, and it must create a welcoming environment. Okay, so here I read an article, for example, in the internet, where the author prescribed a three-phase approach to learning through this critical time. Okay, so there are 3 stages according to them in adjusting to this pandemic: the tri-age phase, the transition, and the transformation. In the tri-age, the focus here is the basic physical and security needs of students. For example, in the school, how can you affect, for example, early detection, okay, early quarantine, early, separation of those who are affected by the virus, okay? And after that one, after you were able to make the basic security and physical needs, you need to adapt to new ways of working and being. So we have seen that one, that in this pandemic, okay, school institutions, while this pandemic is a health issue, but it revolutionizes all aspects of life. Okay, it revolutionizes our economy, our educational system, and everything else. So in schools, for example, we need to institute infrastructure compliant with basic health protocols. For example, there must be social distancing, 2-meter social distancing, of physical distancing, as if I'm going to borrow the word of Professor Tesar, okay, I am referring to physical distancing, okay? And there is also this self-paying division between and among students in case that they are allowed to attend a physical or traditional face-to-face, face-to-face classes, okay? And after that one, after adjusting to this emergencies, there must be transformation. And when we say transformation, it focuses on emotional and social recovery. You know, not only students are suffering in this pandemic, learning, but including the faculty, including the parents, okay? I will be talking later on the respective roles of the parents, okay? Which is a very challenging role, okay? Specifically, there is that writer who suggested the following policy responses for education continuity in this very challenging time. So, providing digital learning resources, okay? Because our learning today is online, you need to appropriate your learners also with learning resources, okay? Open access learning resources, okay? Partnership with national educational media. Here in my country, Republic of the Philippines, our Department of Education actually is having our Department of Education is having a TV program in many TV networks in the country that they bought a specific time for the primary and secondary pupils or students or learners to view specific modules. Okay, so this is an illustration of partnership with educational media. Distribution of free electronic devices. Our university adopted this. Mindanao State University main campus has distributed more than 10,000 laptops to the faculty and to all the students. Providing access to good learning conditions, yes. Okay, internet connectivity is one. Continuity of limited physical education service for the most vulnerable ones. Remember that in the case of the students in the rural areas, no internet connectivity. In the case of those students, even there is a connectivity, but no means of buying computer gadgets. there is a need to especially discriminate them and support them, okay, with basic necessities. For example, providing them gadgets and meeting them, for example, in limited face-to-face. Okay, parental engagement with the schools. There must be a constant communication with the schools, because as we know that in education, while we say that teachers in school are the second parents, but in this pandemic, the parents are the second formal teachers of the students, because it is now the parents who are teaching the students at home, okay? Distributing information in different languages, so in multilingual. Professor Jamal was telling us during his lecture that you need to adapt with making use of multilingual, many languages, because you might be talking with your students in the Middle East or in China. So that is how it's more important. Updated information on health and educational during crisis. So they must be updated information. The students must be updated from time to time, ensuring that socio-emotional needs. This is what I've been telling you. There are so many, not only students, but teachers in my country are suffering an emotional trauma or shock because of this pandemic. So the school plays a very important role there. Okay? So counseling, so there must be psychological counseling. Okay? The vulnerable students and their families must be provided with COVID-19 tools, for example, offering access to extra service for vulnerable students. This is connected with the first one, that the most vulnerable students, the most affected, impacted students by this virus must be discriminatory given a preferential treatment. Offering access to financial support. Some schools in our country is doing that. Free meals, for example, delivering to the houses, ensuring support to and by teachers, resources for teachers. Okay, so like for example, online sources or computer gadgets. So support for teachers' socio-emotional well-being, related in the previous one. Encourage teachers' initiative and networks. So you need to motivate your teachers. You need to conduct more webinars in order to introduce them the new word, which is the cyber word, okay, of this 4.0 industry revolution. Introduction of infrastructure, okay? You need to create washing, washing areas, hand washing areas. You need to establish ready-made hand sanitizers in different schools, in the classroom, for example, in case that you're going to apply the limited face-to-face meeting with your students. Okay? In more particular, the World Health Organization recommended the following measures for schools to comply. Okay, community-related measures. And this is regarding the early detection, the early quarantine of those who are affected by the virus. Policy, practice, and practices must be in place, compliant with the WHO recommendations. Behavioral aspects must also be considered. You need to differentiate the younger and the old age, because in many cases, preschool students or nursery students have found difficulty in wearing face masks and face shield, for example. Safety and security. The most vulnerable students must be given top priority in the closures and openings of schools. Hygiene, basic role, screening, okay? You need to identify who among your students are sick, for example. Okay? Protection of individuals at high risk. Those who are suffering respiratory system, or who can easily be infected by the virus. Communication with the parents and the student. It is a must. Here, the strong and indispensable role of the parents in schools in this pandemic time is very much important. Additional related school measures. Okay? Okay. Another is the teachers. What are the roles of the teachers? Okay? So, number one role of the teacher in this pandemic is a different preparation. In the face-to-face preparation is not very much challenging as compared to today, but in this online learning, the preparation of the teacher is very much different because it becomes more challenging. Your role here is not only to prepare the delivery of the lessons, but to see to it that the learning is transmitted to the learners. Challenging conduct of classes. Sometimes your students just get online anytime and leaving anytime the chat room. Internet issue, many are complaining. Today is the schedule for the reporting of one student, but Sometimes some students are making drama. Sir, I cannot report because I don't have laptop. The internet connection is not very much good. So you see, this is very much challenging. Shift in evaluating students. Professor Jamal mentioned this one. Okay, I like his term, experiential outcome, experiential based learning. That's very good. In the traditional face-to-face, the evaluation of the students' performance is happening in formal time. But in this time, you can give an announcement even in the middle of the night to your students. You can download that, for example. Okay, managing virtual classroom behaviors. This is very, very difficult because you cannot directly see the behavior of your students, and that the teachers are given the high and more commitment to serve the public. Remember that the teachers are playing the role to shape the minds of the nation. So they must be more committed on that. Okay, so approaches, in these approaches, negative and positive. I cannot dwell on the detail because my time might be out. Okay, you could just, so for the teachers, there are two general approaches that they're going to use, strategies. Either approach strategy in this challenging time or avoidance strategy. Okay, so you see, acceptance, emotional support. Acceptance is some sort of a positive. You cannot do anything. Emotional support, seeking understanding from others. Positive reframing. Okay, Professor Jamal also mentioned that one, that you need to create a positive impact of this problem to you. Instead of problematizing the issue, you need to take advantage of that. That is positive looking. Okay, positive reframing. So in this pandemic, I have more time to read. I have more time to study. I can connect. Okay, I have more time to learn computer things. Okay, so active coping. So you need to what is this? Do positive positive stress relieving activities. Okay, like writing a poem, reading many articles, instrumental support and planning. Okay, you need to do that. Now, avoidance strategy. So this is very much important. Behavioral engagement. So you might be feeling loner, disengaged with others because of this trauma. Denial. No, this is not existing. You keep on asking your question, telling yourself on that. No, the pandemic is not true. That's very much delicate. Self-distraction. So you're making yourself busy in other things. Self-blaming. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are actually the negative. The avoidance strategies are the negative. Now, you might be asking me why I am discussing you this one. The reason is because here comes the role of school management. Okay, the role of the school management is how to conduct a study in order to try to know the general trend to the behavior, emotional state of the teachers, in order to introduce a timing, corrective intervention measures. For those who are suffering emotional shock, for those suffering emotional trauma, what you're going to do? Okay, because they might be committing suicide for the students and the teachers. That is the philosophy there. Okay, so ways to engage students in deeper learning, the same thing. So professional development and online sources, you take advantage of this one because online sources is now very much available everywhere. So you need to do maximize that one as professional growth. Create welcome environment. Okay, in the case of the teachers to the students. Building strong relationship with the students. Okay, always contact. Professor Jamal mentioned emotional attachment. And also Professor Tesar. Focus on building strong relationship with the students, communicate constantly. Yes. So this is precisely the point raised by Professor Tesar, that physical distancing is different from social distancing. Yes, physically we are far apart, but socially we must not. Okay, listen to students. If you are listening to the face-to-face, more listening is required to teachers here because students have a lot of complaints, have a lot of sufferings, have a lot of emotional shocks. Okay, so down the line, again, I know that my time is not very much long. For the detail of the succeeding part, you just read my article. I already sent my article there. Okay, for teaching activities to remote classroom elementary schools. This is very good because the Professor Asep Sunandar mentioned, or Professor Bambang Budi Wiyuno mentioned that some of the participants here are actually in the elementary schools. Okay, so these are the following teaching activities mentioned by that author. Create readers, and this is true in language subjects. Okay, you need to create readers and just to increase the interaction with the students, and the students will be the one to answer that one. Lost numbers, mathematical. Okay, so you need to do computations. This is for mathematics subject. Magnetism. Okay, this is for science subject, which you require the students at home while staying at home to be more active in learning. And there is this magnet, and it's going to find in the surface of the different surface of the house, which is attractive and which is not. So this is a scientific. Recycled toys, this is practical arts. Okay, family meal, this is home economics subject. You see? So the role of the parents here really is indispensable. Okay, insofar as online learning is concerned. So specifically, this is the role of the parents. Okay, so what shall parents do at home in order to help the education of the students? One author mentioned, for parents, we need to prepare time, energy, including learning to use gadgets or software that supports online learning. We also need to set aside our attention to monitor the development of the learning process carried out by our children. You see? So you have now the two-dimensional role as a parent and that of a teacher. Okay? So that's how demanding to the work of the parents. I think Professor Jamal also mentioned that demand of the employment of the parents and that of the time needed by the students, by the children at home. Okay? Now, so, but do all parents' involvement effective in shaping the education of the students? The answer is no, because the effectivity of the involvement of the parents is influenced by the four following factors. The parental role construction. The parents might ask, am I effective? Do I play the role of a teacher, or I'm creating more problem to my kids? So these are the questions. How does the parents, for example, construct? How does the parents understand? How do the parents show to the students, to the children, that he is actually not playing the role of not just a parent, but as a teacher? Invitation of parents by the teachers and schools to be active participants. Yes, it matters most. I have been telling us that there must be an increased engagement of the teacher, the school management, and that of the parents in this pandemic time. Okay, because only the parents can monitor the behavior of the pupils at home. Socioeconomic status of the parents. If the parents are not literate, if the parents, for example, are farmers working in the farm, that's very much problematic. Self-efficiency and confidence delivered by the parents. Yes. So sometimes the parents are questioning even themselves. Am I competent in that? Do I need to hire somebody to teach my kids? You see, these are the challenges there. Okay, so specific activities of the parents are the following. Okay, so they are very much self-explanatory. Encouraging the students to read books and other references. We're reading with the students. This is especially true in the in the younger years, in the younger education level. Encouraging them to listen to educational programs on TVs. I am telling you that in the Philippines, there is a program of the Department of Education in different TV networks. It is, it is conducted in specific hours of a specific day in a week. Because for those who do not have internet connectivity, they can view that one in the televisions. Encourage them to let them attend online classes, downloaded educational materials, hiring someone to teach them. If the parents are not believe that they are not competent, if the subject is mathematics and the parents is not a mathematic enthusiast, he has to hire somebody to tutor. Okay, after following basic physical distancing and other health protocols. Monitor school follow-ups. Sometimes the parents must monitor the follow-up of schools. Is the school really monitoring my kids of online classes? Is the teacher really strict in the attendance of my kids, in the behavior of my kids? Is my kids really attending? You see, so there is always must be a constant communication there. Okay, teaching them with the parents themselves, requiring siblings to teach one another. So this is problematic because all of in the home, it becomes a home, the house, and the school. I am a father of 4 daughters, and I experience, having a problem of how to separate small rooms to my 4 daughters in attending their classes. Okay, and we teach them using textbooks. So these are some of the challenges. Okay, so what about, for example, in the case of the students? What do the students need to do in order to contribute in addressing this challenging pandemic? Okay. Accordingly, college students are facing enormous challenges related to the pandemic, okay, including feeling of isolation. This is very, very much a great challenge, okay? Unexistent free time, you see? So their time is stolen by this unreliable internet connections. Another problem there, okay? So for the universities, freshman students have to start education in isolation. You see, so they cannot go to school. Sometimes many students are finishing senior high school 2 years without having attended to their schools. Okay, you have to combat your academic problem alone without engaging with your classmates. Okay, free time problem, under previous students are the most affected. Okay, so this is self-explanatory because this is a universal problem or obligation for everyone. Okay, so another, okay, uphold the community pledge. In many universities, before the students are allowed to go to school, even to enroll physically in limited physical, distancing or face-to-face in schools. So there must be a pledge. So you need to follow the pledge in that school. Community members in need, you need to help them. As students, you need to perform an extracurricular activities in the community. Okay, serve as model. So if you're a student in the house, you must serve. You must show to the siblings that you are the model of being a compliant student for school policies. Clean, hygiene, for example. You must also be a model. Hold others accountable. Okay, if you can see someone who is not observing health protocols, you need to call their attention. And you must always stay positive. You must always have a positive reframing. You take advantage of the situation as a challenge, as opportunities. Okay, so this is, what about the internet companies? What must they do in order to help addressing this problem? So the following are there. Short-term regulatory initiatives, increasing broadband capacity and speeds. Not only the capacity from 3 to 5 gigabytes, but including the speeds. Free access to customers. So in some instances, this observed. Okay, new Wi-Fi, fixed Wi-Fi access, allowing IT spectrum users, innovative network management. So here, there's going to be institution of some internet infrastructures available in schools and in different communities, just to ensure the connectivity of the students. Okay, and generally on the part of the government, it is not only mandated to subsidize broadband services to the schools, but it must ease strict regulatory measures, okay, in order to afford those vulnerable ones. Okay, for the short-term commercial initiatives, additional data. The companies must increase the data. Digital discharges, free access online learning resources. So here, very, very much important, increase. Okay, facilitating mobile company, and they're actually related, providing other free services. And finally, this is very important. This is the last slide. A zero rate tariff. If you increase the tariff, foreign companies, internet companies shall be discouraged to invest more. Okay, bandwidth shaping, lifting data caps. So you need to increase, you need to remove the limit. Unbanning, okay, you need to leave, okay, leaving calls in the internet must be allowed. Tapping universal service funds. So there must also be funds to be provided, and that funds must be maximized. In as much as possible, highest budget on education must be given to internet connectivity. Distributing devices in the communities, hotspots, yes, I mentioned that one, SMS campaigns and call center support, and free SIM cards. Okay, so these are very, very much important. Ladies and gentlemen, I am very sorry for any shortcomings especially the long presentation of mine. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. How I wish that I could visit again the most beautiful place of Malang. Jazakallahu khair.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Profesor Zainal Dimaukom Kulidtod Ph.D. The military presentation is very amazing. And please give applause for Professor Zainal Dimaukom Kulidtod Ph.D. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the last speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Syamsul Hadi, M.Pd, M.Ed. From Universitas Negeri Malang. He is an Associate Professor in Department of Mechanical Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Negeri Malang. Coordinator of Master and Doctoral Program Basic Education Study. Expertise as a Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs and Alumni, Vice Chairman, Head of Education and Learning Development Institute, Vice Dean for Vice Academic Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Malang, Associate Trainer of ETS Pathway School Leadership Workshop Series in Indonesia, Associate Trainer on International Standard School Principal Training organized by Pathways Education Test Service, United States of America, and more other experience is his file. Have many research experience and research in training, active in international activities in various countries of the world, and he also active in scientific publication, international or national, and has many research and publication. Today, he will presenting on the topic, Digital Leadership for Digital Transformation, Acceleration in Education. Associate Professor Dr. Syamsul Hadi, M.Pd, M.Ed, time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Could you hear my sound? Could you hear my sound? Check sound.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
Could you
We will
hear
hear
my
you.
sound?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. My video. Can you see my video?
Video, I cannot see.
Hello.
Hello. Your video, I cannot
hello.
see.
Yeah.
Just only hear your voice.
My voice. Okay. Check. Okay. Is this quite clear? My voice.
We don't
Hello.
have to see your video. Hello, Professor Dr. Syamsul Hadi. Can hear my voice?
Yeah. Yes, I can. Is it quite clear my sound? My voice? Cukup jelas suara saya?
Yes, very clearly your voice.
Okay.
Maybe you cannot to share screen.
Okay, I would like to share screen.
Okay,
Now,
thank you.
I have not yet shared my screen. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My dear brothers from around the world, from New Zealand, Philippines, and Malaysia, who have presented their paper very amazing this morning. Nice to meet you all. I'm from Indonesia. My name is Syamsul Hadi. My position now is a faculty in mechanical engineering education department, but actually my research is about educational management, particularly in vocational educational leadership. My dear Dekan Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan, Profesor Bambang Budi Wiono, and all the committees and participants of the conference. Moderator, may I speak in Bahasa Indonesia because I see that most of the participants have names, Indonesian names, or should I speak mix between Bahasa Indonesia and English?
Okay.
Moderator?
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Please, you can
Okay.
to
I will
presentation
mix.
with Indonesian language.
Okay, Indonesian and English maybe mix between.
Okay.
Okay, because my English is not so good, but my bahasa Indonesia is inshallah very good. Thank you very much for opportunity to for me to present my maybe my PowerPoint, my paper in this conference. That is a great opportunity to be able to communicate, particularly from Philippines, Malaysia, and New Zealand. And as have been said before, that the issue of this conference is very broad, but I would like to more focus my presentation on the topic of leadership, particularly leadership in the era of industrial revolutions, fourth industrial revolution. Okay, Bapak dan Ibu, halo, Bapak dan Ibu, apa namanya presentasi saya dalam bahasa Indonesia mungkin campur-campur begitu. Ya. Okay, I would like to share my presentation. You see my PowerPoint? Terlihat
Yes,
PowerPoint
yes.
saya?
Yes, I see. PowerPoint-nya terlihat.
Okay, thank you very much. Gentlemen, all the conditions and situation concerning why digital leadership and digital transformation is needed in this era have been extensively by the previous speakers. So in this moment, maybe saya mungkin mengulang beberapa hal yang tadi sudah disampaikan oleh pembicara-pembicara yang sudah menyajikan presentasinya. Tema saya adalah digital leadership for DX. DX ini adalah sebuah apa ya namanya ya, bahasanya gitu dari singkatan yang begitu terkenal di dunia digital, itu digital transformation. Tapi kalau Ibu dan Bapak nanti melihat ke dunia DX ini adalah diagnosis. Ya, jadi ini karena itu saya meng-highlight dengan warna khusus mengenai DX ini. Istilah ini, oke. Ibu dan Bapak, I prefer to use this word about transformational leadership. And the word transformation, I think the previous speakers used many times this word. And now sedang viral di seluruh dunia. Kita kenal dengan tokoh ini, tokoh yang menjadi inisiator, the initiators of the fourth industrial revolution. Ya, Saya kira yang pernah diskusi tentang Fourth Industrial Revolution sangat familiar dengan tokoh ini. Tahun 2016 dia berbicara tentang konsep Fourth Industrial Revolution ketika ada World Economic menceritakan tentang revolusi industri keempat, the Fourth Industrial Revolution, Klaus Schwab. Apa yang dia katakan dari sekian banyak pidato dia, saya kira yang banyak di-quote oleh orang dan banyak di-highlight itu di video-video YouTube, bahkan di media sosial lainnya adalah statement ini. One of the features of Fourth Industrial Revolution that it doesn't change. Yang saya warnai merah itu adalah kata kunci. Kenapa saya memilih kata transformasi? But it change. Revolusi industri keempat tidak kerjakan, tetapi revolusi industri, the Fourth Industrial Revolution itu mengubah otak, berubah di masyarakat. Tapi saya melihatnya bukan dari kacamata negatif, tapi dari kacamata positif. Barangkali Fourth Industrial Revolution itu mencoba mengembalikan kesejatian manusia. Kalau dulu kita di dunia pendidikan atau belajar pengantar pendidikan, selalu diawali tentang manusia, apa itu manusia, hakikat manusia, dan kita bandingkan dengan binatang. Tapi sekarang tidak cukup. Ya, dengan mesin. Perbedaan manusia dengan komputer. Perbedaan manusia dengan teknologi digital. Karena ada kegalauan di dunia bahwa begitu banyak pekerjaan yang sekarang itu sudah diambil alih oleh smart technology yang berbasis digital. Nah, saya biasa mengatakan kepada mahasiswa saya, oke, kita sekarang belajar betul-betul menjadi manusia. Kita akan belajar sesuatu yang tidak bisa dikerjakan oleh mesin. Karena kalau menghafal sudah itu kerjaan mesin. Yang dimaksud oleh salah satu yang dimaksud oleh Klaus Schwab. The Fourth Industrial Revolution changed us. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Doesn't mean that we must not only change, kita harus bermetamorfosis, tidak sekedar berubah. Nah, kata metamorfosis inilah yang tepat digantikan di dalam disiplin kita, manajemen dan kepemimpinan pendidikan itu dengan kata we have to transform, not just incremental change, not just gradual change, not just a partial change, but the fundamental change, second order change, perubahan yang fundamental. Dan itu tadi saya katakan, kemudian saya memilih kata transformasi. Oke. Why should digital leadership? Saya mengutip pendapat dari Stephen. Kalau kita mention, maka dia the key in digital transformation. Is the key in digital transformation. So, kita sudah banyak belajar tentang berbagai pendekatan kepemimpinan. Nah, teriring dengan perkembangan digital sekarang, berkembangan transformasi digital sekarang, konsep baru di bidang leadership yang dikenal dengan digital leadership. Saudara, saya juga menulis ini. Mengapa harus digital leadership in educational digital transformation? Just who embrace the broad definition of digital transformation, pemimpin yang saya kira menguasai apa itu DX, sangat-sangat mungkin dia akan mampu meningkatkan experiences dengan change education and business model and reduce cost. Nanti kita akan lihat bahwa itu adalah efisiensi. Saya sering diskusi dengan mahasiswa, misalnya bagaimana pembelajaran di era pandemi ini melakukan efisiensi. Sangat signifikan efisiensi yang bisa kita lakukan. Kita bayangkan saja this conference. Konferensi ini, kalau dulu kita mengadakan konferensi, maka semua kolega kita dari seluruh dunia harus datang ke Indonesia. Kita pikirkan dari sisi finansial saja, belum waktu, tenaga, dan lain sebagainya. Berapa kos yang mereka harus keluarkan, atau mungkin kita harus keluarkan untuk menghadirkan beliau orang-orang hebat dari seluruh dunia ini. Tapi sekarang kita betul-betul bisa melakukan efisiensi. Ibu dan Bapak, jadi digital leadership di dunia pendidikan ketika berproses menuju transformasi pendidikan itu merupakan keniscayaan, kebutuhan yang kita tidak bisa. Ladies and gentlemen, sekarang motivated by emerging digital technologies and innovative business models. Tentu kita menggantikannya kalau ini di dunia pendidikan dengan kata innovative in educational models. Jadi keyword dari digital transformation itu adalah emerging, adalah innovative. Jadi mungkin kita yang belum pernah mendengar kata suara saya terdengar, Mbak?
Ya, yes, I can hear your voice. Ya, terdengar.
Oke, sering terputus-putus.
Iya, Senoki Poki.
Iya, gimana caranya ya supaya nggak terputus-putus ya?
Maybe adding signal.
Coba sebentar. Oke, saya tak ubah dulu ya. Oke, I would like to change the internet. Halo.
Yes, can hear your voice,
Okay.
Professor
Okay.
Syamsul.
Quite
Yes.
clear. Okay, thank you.
Yes,
Thank
very
you.
clear.
That's the keywords of digital transformation is digital technologies and innovation. I also quote another definition of digital transformation. Not only digital technology and innovation, but digital transformation is about the change of culture. As I have said before, seperti yang saya katakan sebelumnya, bahwa digital transformation itu adalah sebuah perubahan yang bersifat fundamental. Karena itu tidak cukup hanya pada tataran teknologinya, tidak cukup hanya pada tataran faktor budaya yang harus diubah. Kita bahwa teknologi itu adalah milik orang muda, generasi milenial. Sementara kita yang senior-senior yang seusia saya biasanya menyerahkan semua persoalan digital itu kepada mereka. Dan itu saya kira salah satu kendala yang kita tidak bisa mengakselerasi transformasi digital. Ada orang yang senang dengan status quo. Ya, kemudian ada orang dengan kenyamanan, mengapa harus comfortable. Nah, ini justru pada digital transformasi itu harus diubah menjadi menantang status quo, berani bereksperimen, dan nyaman dengan kegagalan. Masih ada lagi, saya kira yang ingin saya tekankan di sini definisi yang lebih detail tentang digital transformation. Digital transformation itu tidak hanya sekedar pada penggunaan teknologinya, tetapi pada proses, pada produk, pada assets to improve efficiency, seperti tadi sudah saya katakan di awal. Dan Bapak dan Ibu, dan ini yang menjadi tantangan berat di dunia pendidikan, yaitu enhance customer value. Kita biasa menggunakan istilah dengan student-centered. Kemudian mampu mengelola risiko, dan uncover new monetization opportunities. This is the digital transformation. Dan yang paling umum dimukakan, saya ini dari Wikipedia, kita sangat familiar dengan Wikipedia. Biasanya kalau mencari istilah-istilah yang populer, pertama yang saya buka adalah Wikipedia. Is the adoption of digital technology by company, by schools, by educational institutions, by universities. The common goal is implementation to improve efficiency, value, and innovation. Karena itu kalau kita boleh menyimpulkan bahwa transformasi digital itu efisiensi, transformasi digital itu inovasi, transformasi digital itu adalah customer orientation. Dan tentu saja transformasi digital itu adalah pemanfaatan teknologi digital. Bapak, Ibu, dan tapi apa yang harus kita ingat? Penggunaan teknologi digital itu bukan tujuan. Saya ulangi, transformasi digital atau pemanfaatan teknologi digital itu bukan tujuan, tapi hanya jalan, cara menuju kehidupan yang lebih baik. Dan di dalam dunia pendidikan, saya kira kalau kita mau memanfaatkan, mengambil pelajaran dari semua tadi yang sudah disampaikan oleh penyaji terdahulu, adalah tentang teknologi digital itu enrich learning dengan berbagai cara. Asumsi-asumsi kita tentang hanya bisa sekolah di gedung sekolah terbongkar oleh COVID-19, dan saya sering mengatakan bahwa COVID-19 itu telah memberikan pelajaran yang luar biasa pada kita, bahwa di sana ada hal-hal yang menurut saya kurang berhasil, itu persoalan biasa yang dihadapi selama orang berubah, tetapi COVID-19 telah memberikan kepada kita berkaitan dengan efisiensi tadi, bagaimana selama ini kita begitu banyak kemubadiran di dalam dunia pendidikan kita yang itu kemudian dikoreksi ketika COVID-19. Nah, Bapak dan Ibu, apa itu karakter nanti kalau kita dari transformasi digital itu? Yang pertama, setelah kita lihat sekarang, kita baru sadar sesadar-sadarnya bahwa teknologi digital itu mampu memadukan antara data yang begitu rinci, granular, dan real-time data. Real-time data. Sangat cepat, sangat komprehensif, sangat detail data yang kita bisa peroleh. Tentu saja modern technology. Dan kita sudah tahu semua bahwa transformasi digital itu telah mampu meningkatkan produk. Kalau di dunia industri, saya kira kalau dulu masih teknologi mass productions, revolusi industri ketiga, semua harus dalam proses mass production, maka makin banyak kita pesan sebuah produk, harga bisa ditekan dengan sangat signifikan. Tetapi sekarang yang namanya customized products sangat mudah. Bagaimana di dunia pendidikan? Saya kira di dunia pendidikan kita tidak sulit sekarang untuk menerapkan apa yang sekarang sedang ramai di Indonesia, yaitu differentiated learning, pembelajaran berdiferensiasi. Artinya pembelajaran yang menyesuaikan dengan karakter dan kebutuhan siswa. Bisa kita lakukan dengan teknologi. Proses pembelajaran saya kira juga berjalan dengan bisa jauh lebih baik. Karena teknologi sangat murah, teknologi sangat mudah didapat, dan orang juga sangat mudah mengoperasikan teknologi. Karena itu proses produksi, di dunia pendidikan tentu proses belajar-pembelajaran, itu bisa jauh lebih efisien, lebih efektif, lebih variatif. Proses pelibatan customer dalam proses pengambilan keputusan. Kita semua yang biasa memanfaatkan online shopping, ya, pengambilan keputusan servis dari sebuah toko yang kita biasa di situ akan sangat berpengaruh bagaimana kita mengambil keputusan sebagai pihak yang menjual barang atau jasa. Begitu juga masyarakat. Ya, kemudian product and operational insight. Sekarang namanya proses produksi, bagaimana langkah-langkah dilakukan produksi, itu semuanya bisa dipahami bukan hanya oleh perusahaan atau oleh pihak produsen. Mungkin sekarang sudah mulai terbuka apa yang disebut dulu digembar-gembarkan dengan rahasia perusahaan. Nah, termasuk rahasia pendidikan. Ya, kita sekarang dengan teknologi informasi kita bisa melakukan penjelasan kepada semua customer kita, semua stakeholders kita, bagaimana proses pendidikan berlangsung, bagaimana proses pendidikan menentukan nilai akhir itu dilakukan. Ibu dan Bapak, tantangan tadi sudah disebutkan, saya kira kita sangat biasa ya dengan apa VUCA word, polarity, instability, uncertainty, complexity, ambiguity. This is challenges, I think, also will be faced by educational institution. Kita berhadapan dengan ketidakstabilan, kita berhadapan dengan ketidakpastian, kita berhadapan dengan kompleksitas yang tinggi, kita berada dengan sesuatu yang dan ini semua saya kira perlu ada satu kata kunci yang harus diterapkan, yaitu leadership. Tujuan dari digital transformation di dunia pendidikan itu, yang ini harus kita pahami bersama, adalah to enabling learners to rely on digital technology, to continuously learn a variety of skills at any age, time, and places. Karena itu tadi pembicara terdahulu sudah menyampaikan kepada kita bahwa pendidikan sekarang kita tidak lagi terikat pada usia, terikat pada waktu, siapapun bisa belajar. Dan ini tentu akan menjadi tantangan sendiri bagi kita yang banyak mendalami bidang manajemen pendidikan, administrasi pendidikan, atau educational leadership. Kemudian, sebenarnya ini mengulang dari yang tadi, mengapa leadership itu penting bagi DX? Saya kira ada ungkapan lama, dan ini sudah lahir sebelum ada teknologi digital yang marak seperti sekarang, dan kita sudah sangat familiar dengan tulisan Leadfoot. Saya mungkin highlight yang bawah saja. Studies show that good leadership matters most in schools that face the greatest challenges. Saya banyak mengutip tulisan Leadfoot ini di mana-mana, untuk meyakinkan kepada masyarakat, untuk meyakinkan kepada dunia, untuk meyakinkan kepada lembaga-lembaga pendidikan bahwa kepemimpinan itu faktor kedua terpenting di lembaga pendidikan setelah pembelajaran. Nah, ini di era transformasi digital sekarang, saya kira ini juga masih berlaku apa yang dikatakan oleh Leadfoot ini. Ibu dan Bapak, sekarang apa itu digital leadership? Secara umum bisa dimaknai adalah the strategic use of a company's digital assets to achieve business goals. Assets, not just resource. Nah, digital assets ini tentu tidak hanya teknologi, tetapi human, orang dengan kemampuan teknologi digital, dengan kemampuan teknologi digital. Digital leadership itu is a disiplin. Sekarang menjadi disiplin of navigating the organization towards digital transformation in order to stay competitive and agile in rapidly evolving digital and social media landscape. Ini pemaknaan digital leadership. Jadi digital leadership itu bukan sekedar pemimpin yang pandai tentang teknologi digital, tapi secara substansial penggunaan transformasi digital itu untuk memperkuat daya saing dan juga untuk mengatasi berbagai persoalan, juga peluang di dalam konteks kehidupan sosial yang di situ terwakili atau terwadahi oleh media-media sosial. Ini beberapa karakteristik atau apa dari digital leaders itu. Yang pertama sifatnya, digital leaders itu memiliki curiosity, orang yang berani mengambil resiko, adaptabilitas yang tinggi, toleran terhadap ketidakpastian, confidence. Kompetensi yang dibutuhkan di dalam sebagai seorang digital leaders adalah cultivate innovation, manage ambiguity, strategic vision. Tidak hanya sekedar persoalan penggunaan teknologinya, hal-hal yang bersifat taktis dan teknis, tetapi berpikir pada tataran strategis. Engage and inspire and drive to results. Kemudian dia sebagai drivers of independence, structure, and channels. Ladies and gentlemen, saya mengutip dari puisi, ada 9 digital leadership should have. Yang pertama adalah communicate personally. Dia mengenali dirinya sendiri, tapi juga komunikasi dengan orang. Yang kedua adalah keterampilan to facilitate change. Ketiga, ini mungkin yang kita pahami bahwa digital leader itu orang yang encourage digital literacy. Itu salah satu dari 9 keterampilan yang harus dimiliki. Kemudian prioritize tasks, keep up with technology, manage ambiguity, allow errors, and be innovative in provide support. Kemudian di dunia pendidikan, kalau kita membaca bukunya Eric Seninger ini penulis di bidang digital leadership, ada 7 pilar digital leadership in education. Tentu hampir sama dengan yang 9 tadi. Yang pertama adalah komunikasi. Komunikasi di sini bukan sekedar komunikasi face to face, tapi komunikasi secara digital. Bagaimana sekarang kita memanfaatkan komunikasi secara digital itu? Bagaimana kita mengoptimalkan teknologi digital untuk komunikasi, tetapi juga menggunakan cara-cara yang efektif untuk berkomunikasi di media digital. Public relations. Tadi ada kaitannya dengan pengambilan keputusan, keterlibatan masyarakat di dalam pengambilan keputusan ini menjadi hal yang sangat fundamental di dalam kepemimpinan digital. Branding. Bapak dan Ibu, untuk melakukan branding di zaman sekarang ini saya kira bukan hal yang mahal. Saya sudah sangat biasa menggunakan kata-kata kepada mahasiswa saya, you harus menjadi orang yang dikenal dunia. You harus menjadi orang yang dikenal dunia. Bahkan sekarang sekolah kecil di pelosok pun tidak membutuhkan waktu lama bisa dikenal dunia. Karena itu pemanfaatan branding institusi melalui media sosial, Facebook, Instagram, dan lain sebagainya itu merupakan kesempatan yang besar untuk membranding institusi, untuk membranding personal. Dan student engagement and learning. Tadi saya kira pembicara yang terdahulu tadi sudah menyampaikan bagaimana student engagement di dalam dunia pendidikan. Kalau dulu hal yang sangat sulit, tapi sekarang dengan teknologi, student engagement and learning, ini banyak pilihan yang bisa kita pilih dan kita lakukan. Professional growth ini tidak bisa ditawar-tawar lagi. Ya, kita tidak bisa menawar-nawar lagi professional growth and development. Bahkan saya kira di semua institusi pendidikan yang menerapkan digital leadership, anggaran terbesar seharusnya, sumber daya terbesar seharusnya dialokasikan untuk professional growth and development. Kemudian create and visioning learning space and environment. Kita harus menengok apakah harus di sekolah. Saya sekarang itu berani mengatakan begini, bahwa yang harus datang ke sekolah barangkali hanyalah proses-proses pembelajaran yang memerlukan laboratorium atau aktivitas fisik. Nah, artinya gedung sekolah, fasilitas sekolah itu harus ditengok kembali. Apakah kita sekarang masih mau menghambur-hamburkan duit sekian banyak untuk membangun ruang? Sementara itu semua bisa digantikan dengan proses pembelajaran yang berjarak jauh online yang tidak memerlukan ruang. Bahkan teknologi-teknologi yang dulu bisa kita harus memerlukan produk-produk prototipe yang bersifat fisik, sekarang itu bisa digantikan dengan animasi-animasi yang itu mudah sekali dipahami. Kebetulan saya banyak mengajar di bidang otomotif. Kalau saya ingin menjelaskan misalnya tentang proses pembakaran di dalam motor 4 tak misalnya, itu akan sangat susah kalau menggunakan benda nyata, tapi dengan animasi itu menjadi sangat-sangat jelas. Dan itu tidak memerlukan produk yang bersifat fisik. Saya sudah tadi di awal mengatakan, mungkin ke depan sekolah itu hanya menyisakan gedung dan fasilitas 30% saja, karena sisanya semua bisa dilakukan secara online. Ketujuh adalah opportunities. Kita selama ini selalu melihat bahwa segala hal perubahan itu sebagai ancaman. Saya ulangi, kita di Indonesia barangkali banyak orang yang melihat segala sesuatu itu sebagai ancaman. Ya, saya termasuk orang yang tidak terlalu biasa melihat hal pertama itu dari sisi ancaman, dari sisi apa itu namanya threats. Ya, dari awal sampai yang sekarang tadi saya tidak banyak berbicara tentang ancaman-ancaman, karena teknologi digital itu adalah peluang. Karena bersamaan dengan ancaman pasti ada peluang. Contoh yang paling konkret saja bagaimana Zoom ini atau bagaimana Google Meet ya atau Hangout atau platform-platform pembelajaran atau teleconference yang lain itu, begitu ada pandemi, begitu banyak orang work from home, so many students learn from home, belajar dari rumah. Dia melihat pandemi tidak sebagai ancaman, tapi pandemi sebagai peluang. Maka dia kemas marketingnya. Mungkin dulu Hangout Zoom ini hanya untuk kalangan elit dengan harga yang sangat mahal dan tidak terjangkau oleh masyarakat, tapi karena mereka bisa melihat ini sebagai opportunity, maka kemudian ini dimaksimalkan dan kita sekarang sangat familiar dengan ini. Dan saya sudah mempraktekkan betul selama ini, saya sudah menghindari bimbingan mahasiswa misalnya dengan tatap muka. Meskipun ada mahasiswa saya masih senang dengan status quo, saya ingin ketemu Pak Syamsul. Nah, kita bisa online, bisa WhatsApp, voice call, bisa WhatsApp, video call, dan lain sebagainya menggunakan Google Meet, menggunakan Zoom, dan lain-lain, dan jauh lebih efisien. Oke, ini saya kira 7 pilar digital leadership in education. Terakhir, apa tantangan kita Departemen Administrasi Pendidikan? Apa tantangan kita program studi manajemen pendidikan, educational leadership ke depan? Ini saya menggunakan tantangan, bukan ancaman ya, tantangan. Tantangan itu bisa berarti threats, bisa berarti opportunities. Saya melihat dari opportunities. Saya kira jurusan administrasi pendidikan, program studi manajemen pendidikan harus sudah bertransformasi. Pertama dari learning content, kurikulumnya. Yang kedua juga pendekatan pembelajarannya. Saya kira di dalam proses pembelajaran kita yang menekuni bidang manajemen pendidikan itu harus memulai dari itu. Kita harus menjadi contoh kepada dunia bahwa program studi manajemen pendidikan itu menjadi pihak pertama yang mentransformasikan konten maupun pendekatan pembelajarannya pada digital transformation dan digital leadership. Ya, ini kalau saya memang bukan pilihan, sebuah keharusan. Tapi yang kedua, tanpa bermaksud ini untuk menghilangkan selama ini yang sudah jalan, enriching, even transforming. Tapi even transforming itu sebuah pilihan. Research agendas in educational management and educational leadership harus bergeser atau memperkaya dirinya dengan digital transformation dan digital leadership. Saya menganjurkan kepada teman-teman mahasiswa yang sekarang sedang menulis tesis, menulis disertasi, menulis skripsi. Coba kita tengok di sana. Ya, apa yang bisa kita lakukan untuk memberikan sumbangsih kepada dunia tentang transformasi digital di dunia pendidikan, kemudian bagaimana kepemimpinan itu harus berjalan di era teknologi digital sekarang. Peran ketiga tentu kita sebagai perguruan tinggi adalah melakukan pengabdian kepada masyarakat. Adalah tugas kita untuk empower communities, memberdayakan masyarakat untuk bertransformasi secara digital. Kita punya peran besar untuk menjadi agent of change di dalam transformasi digital ini. Kita banyak berinteraksi dengan kepala sekolah, banyak interaksi dengan pengambil kebijakan, bahkan sebagian besar dari kita terlibat di dalam proses konsultasi pembuatan kebijakan nasional maupun internasional atau kebijakan di tingkat daerah, regional, provinsi, kabupaten. Saya kira kita juga harus menjadi fasilitator, menjadi inspirator, menjadi motivator, dan menjadi orang yang mampu memberdayakan masyarakat yang punya peran di bidang leadership dan manajemen untuk bertransformasi secara digital. That's all. Terima kasih atas perhatian Bapak Ibu. Barangkali ini presentasi bahasa Indonesia, saya campur-campur dengan sedikit-sedikit bahasa Inggris. Oke, thank you very much, moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Associate Profesor Dr. Syamsul Hadi. Please give applause for Profesor Dr. Syamsul Hadi. About this material presentation today is very amazing, which have been given you to us. May it be useful for you. Okay. For speaker, participant, ladies and gentlemen, now I will open time discussion. Please, you can raise hand if you have question on this topic today, or you can type your name, institution, or city and address your speaker, and you can to write in the chatting room. Please, for participant and audience. Okay, Atala Naufal. Okay. Time is yours, Atala.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity for moderator. Because I can discuss interactively with the presenters who I will ask questions. Okay, let me introduce myself. My name is Atala Noval from Bachelor Program of Universitas Negeri Malang. And I have just finished my bachelor program in a couple weeks ago. Okay, first of all, maybe I didn't ask the question right away. Maybe I wanted to talk some stories, and of course, in the end, I would like to ask Prof. Marek first. And it's an honor to discuss with you today, and I'm so excited. I completely agree that technology doesn't solve educational problems. And it turns out that it is parents who have the biggest influence on the dynamics of student educational development nowadays. And I think perhaps not just nowadays, but it always be like that. Perhaps for this question, I do not bring some recent research about the low or high level of parental role on the achievement of student learning success. However, I will tell you based on my experience when interning on junior high school at this time, as well as experience based on my mother who teaches at elementary school, and also experience from some of my neighbors. Yeah, and talking about the role of parents in the success of students' learning, it is indeed diverse, I think. Some are high and some are low. There are those who care to participate in various learning courses, and others who cares by teaching their children every day with full attention. But there is also parents who don't care about their child learning progress and only care about their own work based on my experience with people around them. I don't dare to generalize. Maybe in New Zealand or other European countries, there are also such case studies, but maybe lower because the education there is already on the advanced level. Because the economy, politics, and the government, they are stable, which also has an effect on the good practice for education programs there. My first main question is there any development research from Prof. Marek Tesar's knowledge that leads to strengthening the role of parents in success of student learning? Or if it is simplified, how does education in Europe increase the awareness of parents to succeed or care about their children's education? That's my question. I think that's enough. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for Atala. Next, maybe question. I see in chat room some question. The second question, I will to read. Question from Associate Professor Dr. Hadi Ph.D. from Universitas Negeri Malang. He is asked for all presenter. In my view, whether during the pandemic or not, online learning must continue to be applied, develop, and improve in quality. The main reason is because the facilities for it have been widely cultivated and perfected. It is also related to its compatibility with the millennial generation and even the alpha generation in the 20th century. My question is, how can we ensure that with online learning, the goals of online learning can be achieved properly, effectively, efficiently, and attractively? What criteria should we use regarding the effectiveness? Thank you very much. Okay, please, for your response for Profesor Jamal, Profesor Kulidtod, dan juga Profesor Dr. Syamsul Hadi to give your response about next question from Mr. Hadi. Thank you.
Who first? Who should answer first?
Okay, please time is
Who should
yours.
answer first? Maybe Professor Jamal. Hello.
Okay, time is yours, Professor Jamal, Professor Kulidtod, and Professor Syamsul Hadi to respond the question from Mr. Dedi.
Okay, I would like to respond first. Could you hear my voice? Hello.
Hello. Yes.
Yes,
We
sir.
can
I
hear your
hear
voice.
Hello.
Yes. Hello, Mr. Professor
I think
Syamsul.
I would
Can
like
hear my voice?
Okay, to answer the question of from Ph.D, right? Hello.
Yes.
Yes, I would
Time
like
is
to
yours.
answer the question from Ph.D. Concerning what my topic of my presentation today, I think to make ensure that the teaching learning online will be effective. In my perspective, if we are talking about the school, I will talk in the classroom or teachers, but say in the position of schools. The first thing is the commitment of the leader of the school. Because until now, I think there are so many principals, for example, that they are not, they don't have enough commitment to transform their schools, both technologically or the process of teaching and learning, to digital technology. I think Professor Jamal also answer here is about money. Yeah, depends on the financial concern. That's right, Professor. Yeah, okay. What the financial concern? I think the financial concern is on the hand of the school leader. When they make a decision about the school policy, particularly in allocating the school budgets, it depends on the commitment and decision making created by the school principal, even in school. So I think from the perspective of leadership and management, the effectiveness and of teaching and learning online, the first thing is must be started from the principal, and then they can enforce and empower and increase the capabilities of teachers there, not just capabilities to about using technology, but also their commitment to use technology. Because transforming from a traditional to digital technology needs what I have said, fundamental change. Not about the skills to use technology, but to change the culture. Who can change the culture? The leader. The leader. Okay, that's I think enough. My answer.
Okay, thank you. Your response, Professor Dr. Syamsul Hadi. I'm so sorry. I'm revision this question not for from Mr. Dedi Pristiadi, but Associate Professor Dr. Mr. Dedi Kuswandi.
Okay,
So,
sorry, okay.
yes.
Okay, sorry, Pak Dedi. I know him very much, my friends, my brother. Sorry. Okay.
Okay, thank you. And also, next response, I hope from Profesor Madya, Dr. Jamal, or Profesor Zainal Dimaukom Kulidtod to give response for the question from Associate Professor Dedi Kuswandi, M.Pd from Universitas Negeri Malang. Thank you. Time is yours.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Alhamdulillah. Actually, my reply to my very good brother, Dedi Kuswandi's question is already posted in the chat room. He was actually raising 2 points. The first is the sustainability of the online learning. And another one is he was concerned of what criteria do we need to use in order to, to maintain, to become more effective. This, to borrow the word of Sir Syamsul, Hadi, digital learning. Okay, my simple sharing or answer is that we need to cultivate, we need to make this digital learning as a culture in all the institution of learning, in all the schools. And the point raised by my brother, Professor Syamsul Hadi, is fatal in this note, because only the school management can change culture of the schools. This must be done in school policies, programs, and what matters most is money. Okay, because as you know, that because of this pandemic, all the countries in different parts of the world are suffering financial crisis. All countries are now increasing their loans from the International Monetary Fund or from the World Bank, fundamentally to finance health problems or health projects. And one of the greatest challenges here is the schools. So we need to cultivate, we need to make online learning, or just to borrow the words of very good words, actually term coined by Professor Syamsul Hadi, is digital transformation. In order to attain digital transformation, we need to make our culture digital world, computer world. Okay, we need to do that. Now, on the question of what criteria do we need to use? Now, it depends on the management. In some other schools, for example, for those schools whose clients are situated in the rural urban areas, so they must concentrate providing hotspots. Okay, so the bottom line is here is there must be that what we call transformative leadership, not just any kind of leadership, but transformative. How to make a new ways of life in adapting with this digital world. Okay, so again and again, school policies, programs. So what matters most is the initiatives and creativity of school administration and management. Okay, it is where the role is really playing in their hands. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for Professor Kulidtod, Ph.D. about your response. Maybe response from Professor Jamal from Malaysia. I see in chat room, Professor Jamal give response that's about question from Associate Professor Dr. Dedi Kuswandi. He is answer that to make sure the online learning running properly, that internet facilities and accessibility must cover all the area, and the quality of tools of internet also important. However, this is depend to the financial constant. Thank you. That is answer from Professor Jamal. Maybe Professor Jamal can to give response again or more than detail from question from Mr. Dedi Kuswandi. Halo, Mr. Jamal. Keluarkah dia? Okay, because Mr. Jamal cannot join again in link Zoom. I want to read some question in chat room from Mrs. Desi Eri Kusumaningrum from Universitas Negeri Malang. Have question for Associate Professor Marek Tesar. The question is, in this pandemic period, early childhood lose a moment of the physical together with their friend and the teacher, which shall be very important for them. How are our efforts as teachers to maximize the positive impact of technology, online learning, instead of complaining about existence, shortcoming, and transferring them to our students? Thank you. But because Professor Marek Tesar, there is an urgent activity, so I cannot join on Zoom yet, but I will confer this question from Professor Marek Tesar. Maybe question to him even talk, it may be answer offline. Okay, participant, ladies and gentlemen, maybe any have question again for the speaker today? Okay, I will direct not question, but just one to high list for Professor Marek Tesar statement from Associate Professor Dr. Saida Ulfa. Somebody in the future or generation or grandchildren will question us about what we had done in the past for them. It is a motivational statement for me as an educator. Okay, thank you for all participants. Ladies and gentlemen, if nothing to question again, maybe we can to finishing the session. And thank you very much for speaker today. And thank you very much for all participants and actively. And I hope next time we can meet again. We thank all the speakers for delivering great material today. Please give a virtual applause for them. Participants, ladies and gentlemen, this will be the end of our session. To mention some important points from your discussion today, the conclusion and the challenges of education management and administration from Professor Dr. Marek Tesar, Childhood in a New Key, the Future of Pandemic Education, that for high quality education is very important to collaborate parents, committee, and stakeholder. And high class from Professor Dr. Jamal, that technology is very important to manage the higher education management in the Industrial Revolution 4.0, and the high class from material presentation from Professor Zainal, the rules of school manager, teacher, parent, and student, telecommunication companies, and other stakeholders in addressing the change and challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic, the education. So, to do some initiatives that can facilitate communication for everyone during the time of the pandemic. And headless for presentation from Associate Professor Dr. Syamsul Hadi, Digital Leadership for Digital Transformation Acceleration, not goal without leadership. So, key important and implementation is the for future culture. Thank you for all speaker, participant, ladies and gentlemen. This all for this season, and thank you so much of the time and chance. From the deep of my heart, I'm so sorry and apologies for my mistake while presenting, and I will give in back to the Master of Ceremony. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much to our moderator, Dr. M.Pd, and keynote speaker, Associate Professor Marek Tesar, Ph.D. from Universitas of Auckland, New Zealand, Profesor Madya Dr. Jamal Nordin bin Yunus from Sultan Idris Education University, Malaysia, and Profesor Zainal Dimaukom Kulidtod, Ph.D. from Mindanao State University, Philippines, and Associate Professor Dr. Syamsul Hadi, M.Pd, M.Ed from Universitas Negeri Malang, Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please give another big round of applause to our moderator and keynote speakers. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before heading to the closing ceremony, we inform to all participants that they can fill in attendance via the link that has been shared in the chat column meeting Zoom. I repeat again, before heading to the closing ceremony, we inform to all participants that they can fill in attendance via the link that has been shared in the chat column in meeting Zoom. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, with the end of the discussion session today, the first international conference on education management technology 2021 event end. I would like to thank Dean Faculty of Education Universitas Negeri Malang UM, keynote speakers, moderator, and participant committee for you all, for you participant for the participation today. Ladies and gentlemen, this session, I'm Hasan Argadinata, say a lot of thanks and apologize if there are shortcomings in this series of events. Thank you very much, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Take care of your health, good luck, and see you.
Prof. Zainal, thank you very much, Prof. Zainal. Nice to meet you.
Pa, thank you. Pa Bambang, we miss you so much. We hope that we
Prof.
can see you
Syamsul,
again.
thank you very much.
Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
We miss you so much, Pa.
You're welcome, Professor Bambang. Thank you very much for the opportunity for me to speak in this very prestigious conference. Thank you very much, Prof. Kulidtod and other speakers. Thank you very much.
Actually, Sir Hadi, you have a very good.
Thank you. Thank you.